Hello, everyone. Okay, well, welcome to the hotline. You can call me anytime today to discuss basically anything you want to discuss about related to public service. I think, we obviously are in a moment where my studio and my team has been announced as being one of the team that would deliver a festival in 2022. Although we cannot reveal the program just yet, we will be able to do that sometime in December. I'd love you all to call me, discuss me. There is obviously a lot of controversy around this festival, and I think it's always a good thing to discuss it and maybe discuss as well motivation as to how and why we took part in this, and also to hear your view on it and to hear your belief systems, but also how you will want this festival to be. I think the relationship between celebration, politics, economics, sociology, and so forth is not a new thing, right? I mean, you can go well back in time and actually see the correlation between all of these different power at play. And I think it's a good time to discuss it. So my phone is on. It's here. We have as well a red phone right there. So you can call me at any time on it. I'm just going to be staying here, do my work. And then whenever you feel the need to call me, then just call me. I'm going to just make sure that we drop this as well into the chat bot, my phone number, so you can actually call me all day. Let me get that for you on there. And then, yeah, and then off we go. Anything you want to talk about related to public service, what's a public service? We will have as well a conversation between 5 and 9 p.m. with the rest of my team, but also experts in the creative industries and in the STEAM, science, technology, engineering, arts, and mathematics sector. And together we will discuss, the origin of public service. It is my strongest belief, and I know it's not shared by everybody, that nightlife and the event industry should be considered a part of public service, as well as healthcare and education, because it is also providing a member of the public with extremely important, meaningful experience, but also educative experiences. So, that is up for grab in terms of us discussing it. And I'm just gonna stay here and wait for you all to call me. And then I'm just gonna keep doing my work as we are at it. Yeah, there we go. Providing a member of the public with extremely important. So. So as I said, you can call me at any time. I've just dropped the phone number into the chat section of that YouTube channel. But as I say, there is a full program. So I'm going to keep on doing my work. And then whenever you want to call me, then feel free to do so. There you go. So it's all on, it's all functioning. We have the red phone ready. So yeah, feel free to give me a call. And otherwise, I'm just going to keep going as to what I need to do in this office. And actually, since you are all here, I'm going to introduce you as well to our office. We might as well. This is the studio. I mean, obviously, given the current situation, I'm on my own here, but usually we are about 4 to 5, and we have the train carriage. We are on the top of a nightclub called the Village Underground, which is in the center of London. And I will have as well, we're part of an artist collective, and there is many more of us in these trains in usual time and days. As you can see, this is, we've done a lot of different things in this studio. For those of you that don't know, we design experiences for you to become an astronaut in your living room. while sonic boom are erupting in your bathroom and we have dark energy in your kitchen sink. We've been working with scientists all over the globe and developing the most, I would say, quirky, with humor, but also very meaningful experience for you to experience a bit of the sublime that science has to offer to all of us. But also, we've been developing new systems. We've been trying to challenge existing systems, actually, trying to figure out ways to actually modify it, make it different. Sometimes for the better, sometimes for the worse, is to be said. We opened a university back in 2017 called the University of the Underground. And it's a university that is tuition free, that is free, pluralistic, and transnational. And we still give a lot of class. Actually, we have a new program right now online that you can apply for. And the idea of this university is set as a charity, but we are also based in basement of nightclub. And it really is the idea of bringing together, the energy and also the knowledge that comes from nightlife and from the event industry back into institution, into challenging institution, into trying to question them, into trying to define, new mode of thinkings and specifically more pluralistic ways of thinking about missions of each institution that we are surrounded with every day. So anyway, that's all up for grab. I'm here. Call me, and otherwise I'm just gonna keep on working because it's not like if I'm not working. You can see the full program of the day. Yeah, I'm just dropping it into the chat section right there, right here, and also there is the link. So from 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. GMT, you can all call me and appear right there on that video at this number. There you go. And after this, we will have a conversation. And I'm going to put that down for you. Gonna have a conversation. There we go. And then I just want to put you down as well, the kind of the question we propose to discuss. So we propose to discuss what is the role of public service, who should benefit from it, how was this invented? I mean, I think none of us actually ever, until I started to prepare this day today, I started to look into the origin of public service, but obviously public service go all the way back to the Greek and even before that. The idea that, that there needs to be, the government need to provide citizens with essential needs or essential services is absolutely not new. But the UK is quite specific in the sense that right now it mainly has the NHS and education as part of it. In France, we do have actually the event industry and culture as a part of it. Who should benefit from it? Was invented. So we'll discuss who should benefit from it. How was this invented and structured in government? Tuk. Hello? Yes, from the Armenian Institute. Amazing. Oh, I'm so happy you're calling me. You know, it's amazing. You're the first person to call me, actually. So I'm really, really happy about that. Thank you. Well, thank you so much. I mean, really, I should say to you, what do we say in Armenian? We say not shadlav. It's how do you say thank you? Yeah, yeah, shalagali. Shalagayem, Shalagayem. My grandma is probably like cross at me for not knowing that. But yes, thank you so much. Thanks for calling me as well. You know, we're testing that phone and it's strange because it didn't actually ring. I don't know why, but so yes, I'd love to hear, you know, I mean, I don't know if you are okay with it, but do you mind if I put you on speakerphone? Because I'm also doing like a live stream so everybody can hear what you think about. There you go. So, everyone, we are with the Cultural Institute, the Armenian Cultural Institute. And for those of you that don't know, I'm half Armenian, half Algerian, born in France. And so I'm really, really honored and happy to have you on the phone today, actually. You're the first person calling me on the hotline. So that means a lot, you know, the support from, you know, the family. So, yes. So, yeah. So tell me a bit more about what you see. Like, so you probably have heard about all the controversy behind the festival, and the kind of, you know, the fact that ultimately it started as an idea from Theresa May to celebrate Brexit, right? Which to me is not so much of a surprise, because actually, if you look through history, every time there has been some form of, you know, political change. I mean, obviously, I'm going to take the example of the French Revolution there. You know, following a political change, then there is celebration, or there is a kind of an understanding from the government that celebration is needed. Now, of course, there was a political agenda when she started it, and that was her own political agenda. And then since it became something very different. And from my perspective, and I don't know, you know, and you tell me, but from my perspective, it is obviously coming down to public money, you know, the UK Treasury, taxpayer like you and I, actually supporting this festival. So to me, it feels like to some level, my studio and I, we've been appointed to deliver a festival for the public. So therefore, this is why we have this hotline.
Yeah. Well, first, congratulations. I told you privately now on the live stream for this fantastic achievement. We're huge fans of you, and I had the pleasure of being on your program. My name is Tatevik, and I'm the director of Armenian Institute in London, and we loved collaborating with Nelly. The way I see this festival, and this is not only my view but my colleagues as well, we just they're talking about you and what great news it is. It's not, for us in a way, it's quite disattached from the political agenda.
Yes.
Because we think we're an arts and culture charity based in the UK, we're a British organization. So whatever happens in this country, we are part of this organism. And we're talking about creativity moving forward, not in political terms, but in terms of how we as a minority can contribute to this. Interestingly, we were just talking about the census, whether how Armenians mark themselves, how do we see our identity? Are Armenian as a category? Do we mark ourselves British? Do we mark ourselves as Middle Eastern? And being Armenian means a lot of things in Britain, and one of the things we feel strongly about when we work with National Lottery Heritage Fund with their grant to preserve heritage, our heritage in this country, but in a way it contributes to the British culture as well. It's not just for Armenians. But our library has moved to a new beautiful location in Farringdon, and I'd love to open our doors to in Camden to come and look at our fairy tale collection. So I think this is about moving forward. The world is changing. We're getting closer thanks to technology and globalization, and especially after this horrific year. We need more humanity.
And
if this festival will help it, I'm all for it.
And Tativik, do you mind telling me how is it organized in Armenia with the public service? Is the government actually having a portfolio towards, art and culture, but also the event industry?
In Armenia, at the moment it's quite difficult because Armenia is still recovering from heavy war, which started in November by Azerbaijan and aided by Turkey. So, of course, in these times of war, there are more urgent needs. However, there are lots of voices from artists, curators, filmmakers that art was what was keep us going. And there are small fundings, there are lots of crowdfunding initiatives, but I see a lot of demand for art. Like we saw during COVID, when we're stuck at home, we all turned to arts and films and books.
Mm-hmm.
And while there is some support from the government, and of course, Armenia was part of the Soviet Union, so everything was entirely state-sponsored and state-censored. At the same time, Armenia inherited some of these structures, but being a poorer country, there's less money, but I see that people want it. People ask for it constantly.
So what will you want to see in this festival in 2022? I mean, I guess 2022 is quite far away, but at the same time, it's got this potentially optimistic future in the sense that we might be outside of this pandemic. And at this point, the event industry, I'm hoping, and the nightlife will have started back. What are your hope, Tativik?
I want to see some positivity mostly after this bleak year. I want to see positivity. I want to see the vibrancy of British culture because Brexit was so heavily associated with people not wanting others coming into the country. But I want it to show that this is not the case and people are welcome and every culture is welcome and celebrated. And if we as a small group in the UK can contribute somehow, if we can add something, I think I'd love to see some cultural vibrancy in there. How wonderful is your own heritage? You talk about being Armenian, African, and French, and you bring your Eastern bits, you bring your bits from Caucasus, from Armenia, you live in this country, you're French, so there you go.
I will make sure to remember that. It's in my blood, isn't it? We can, the heritage is there, definitely. Well, we will make sure to, take your word for it and bring in as much cultural diversity and plurality into this festival. Thank you so much for calling me. Do you want to say anything else? Do you want to share?
No, that's it. I was just calling to say very well done. Like you said, we feel very small nation. We look after each other.
Yes, we are a small nation. It's true.
Your family. So we said let's give a call to our girl and say so proud of you and your team. Well done.
Thank you so much. Bachig. Gezishat gesirim. Bachig. So that was Tativik. I need to find out name properly. I'm just gonna tap. Institute. Tativik. There you go. Thank you for your call. And then I need to figure out a way to make this work, this phone. Oh, why is this not ringing? Sorry if you called and this didn't work. Why is this not working? There we go. Hello?
Hello, is this Nelly?
Yes, it is Nelly.
Nelly, hey, I just missed your call, so I'm glad I got
I am good, and you? Oh, this is amazing. Do you mind if I put you on speakerphone or not? Because we're doing a live stream, so everybody can hear your thought, positive or negative as well, you know.
Of course, yeah, crack on, absolutely.
So you saw my posters everywhere.
I did. First of all, I was like, is this some sort of weird, sexual thing? And I was like, you know what, I'm actually going to dive into this. And I found out that it wasn't that, and I was really pleasantly surprised with what I found. I dived into your work with your studio, the stuff that you're doing with Damien and the team at We Transfer, as well as, of course, the University of the Underground stuff. Fucking cool, Nelly. So I've got loads of sort of thoughts and ideas.
Yes, go ahead.
The questions posed. How long do we have? I've got loads.
Look, I'm here available all the way until 5. And then after we're doing a conversation as well. So I'm hoping to see you participate in that too, because we have a conversation with like other people joining in from the team, but then also, from the STEAM sector, science, technology, engineering, and so forth.
Amazing.
And then creative industry. But look, I want to hear your thoughts because I'm guessing you want to go for it. And tell me your name again.
Absolutely. So my name's Charlie.
Charlie. I love that name.
Charlie, yeah.
Not to say.
Thank you so much. So for context, Nelly, I've worked in commercial roles sort of across property technology and sort of companies focusing on making spaces better for the last 3 years across London, Amsterdam and Copenhagen. The conversation of public service is an interesting one, and I would love to sort of share my views. So, first of all, I'm actually starting, hopefully to start a master's with UAL, the CSM college. It's a Master of Arts called Cities, and it's kind of all to do with the public realm and how to make it better through play. And that's sort of very much how I'm approaching that master's. For context, I grew up as a skateboarder. My mum is a full-time wheelchair user. She has cerebral palsy. So my relationship with kind of urban design, public space, and accessibility has always been very intimate. So kind of honing in on the topic of UK nightlife specifically, and I was thinking about this before I called, but those sort of random fleeting moments with strangers is literally like the essence of life. That sounds very woo-woo, but the romanticism of it all, that kind of moment that you're in a club, I've found that gay clubs are the most sort of open, like heaven and stuff like that. But when you just shut your eyes and you're grooving, magic, absolute magic. And the meeting someone in a smoking area, find you love the same thing.
Exactly.
Those are amazing moments. Kind of one of the stories I would love to share with you, Nelly, was my friends and I were on a plane to Berlin for one of my friends' 21st. I'm also 21. And we met a dude on the plane. He was like, I love what you guys are talking about making spaces better. We found out that he's sort of into the urban design and kind of music stuff. And he literally spent the whole holiday with us, this random dude we met on the plane. He was coming out every night. We met in the hotel, and now he's a good friend. And it's kind of experiences like that that shows you how public, sort of the public realm and public experiences are so important. And also it's a public service. I know I'm taking a lot of time, but my
no, you're not. And actually, I have a lot of things to tell you. I have one of my former students who is joining us this evening, and she's actually working on play. She's been trying to figure out a way to bring in play into policy making. So she's called Inwen Eke, and she's coming to speak this evening. You know, if you go on our YouTube, you will be able to see the live stream. But she will be at, I'm just trying to find you the time so you can hear her talk. She will be there at 8:15 p.m. talking about play in, you know, in policy making.
Amazing.
And then I wanted to actually follow up on what you just said about nightclub, because I think a lot of people don't realize how essential nightclub are to, you know, I would say, you know, I mean, 21 years old, the young generation, which I still consider being as well, not just young, but like every single generation, right? The dance floor has got this, I mean, it's, you know, it can be a political space as well, the dance floor, and dance can be political, of course, but I think it's also is a place of escapism somehow. But anyway, I'd love to hear more about what you have to say, and I will probably feed in with some numbers, because I think, you know, there is also the numbers to prove it, to prove that how essential it is to all of us.
Amazing, and I love to be a part of this chat. I think it's an important one to have, and kind of one of my parting thoughts, Nelly, is that
tell me.
sort of everyone feels like, and this is very much from an observer's point of view, is very much going about their business with the COVID pandemic, and I think privilege is really starting to show, whether that is house parties, home bars, pool bars, and don't even get me started on Dubai. There's like a lot of people who privilege in terms of those who are missing out on this public experience and public service through the lens of nightlife are missing out on so much. But there's people that have the resources to kind of manufacture their own version of that. And I think that that's one of the thoughts I wanted to share. But I think we are missing such a large part of life, you know, dance, play, touch, taste. And if you can create an experience sort of in line with the 2022 festival, something where you could sort of bottle that magic in you know, that kind of magic moment in a experience. I don't know how that would come into fruition, but I think that could be really, really fun. And, you know, if there is any way that I can help, whether it's just another voice, I would be privileged to be a part of it.
Well, I mean, Charlie, we're so grateful for you to call me and to tell me and share your thought. And I'm also really excited to see that you're looking forward to 2022 as well.
Absolutely.
Let's just
we all are, Nelly.
let's just get on with life and partying, isn't it?
Amen.
And do you have any theme that you would love to see covered into this festival in 2022? So you mentioned that your mom is in wheelchair.
Correct. Yes.
So
sorry, carry on.
Do you mind telling me like a bit about, you know, when you and your mom go out together? I mean, will you want this festival to be a thing where you, I mean, obviously I'd love it to be for you and your friends, but also for you and, you know, you and your mom as well. So tell me, like, what does she think as well about celebration and dance floor and all of that?
Absolutely. I mean, my mom, Nelly, is probably the coolest person you will ever meet.
Well, I want to meet her, so that's the. Since we're neighbors, I might just turn up at your window after we're allowed. I shouldn't say this.
So my mum is incredible. So she is actually a vicar. So she's a priest of a Church of England church.
Wow.
But
Okay.
she is the coolest person. She has been in a wheelchair 4 times since birth. She has bright pink shaven head. And she's wicked. She's so cool. And in kind of terms of sort of her experience in the public realm, I think growing up, it was innately obvious that public space and urban design wasn't built with people with ability issues. So, you know, when we would walk to the shops, it would be a real focus on where the drop curb was, so mum could cross the road. Or if there was a car parked on the pavement, mum would have to go in the road, you know, a very risky thing with a young child. And kind of have to do that, whether it's bollards put up for cars, they would get in her way. And I know from her experience sort of in sort of her younger years of going to uni and stuff, she had an amazing time. But in terms of like clubs and that sort of party nightlife public service, there was a feeling of not being open for all. I mean, I can't think of even one time that I've been to a party, a rave, or kind of anything, and seen someone there in a chair. And I think what would be magical is if it really was a sort of party kind of experience, but was truly open for all, whether that's ramps up to the venue, or, I mean, I was telling you about the masters that I'm hopefully starting at the end of the year, and one of my kind of ideas was to create urban furniture, but built in such a way that people in chairs felt included. So I remember as a child, I would sit on a bench, my mum would have to sit completely outside of this bench environment, you know, in like by the bin or by a plant pot. And I love the idea of creating a bench where there's a sort of gap in the middle for someone in a chair or with a buggy to come and actually sit in the bench with that person who is on their feet. There's lots of ideas, but I think the idea of having public service truly open for all is really, really fun. And I think it's a good chat to have.
I mean, we need you on that team, Charlie, is all I'm going to say.
Well,
you're amazing.
I'll send you an email, Nelly. With
do send me, absolutely. Please do. So you have my mobile now. So you know where to find me, but then also do email us. Like, did you find our email as well? hello@nellyben.com. Hello, like hi.
Okay, perfect.
@nellyben.com. So please do send us more update. And also I'd love to hear as well as a skater.
Yeah.
Because that's something else as well, like skaters. You know, this is a community that is also known for having challenged a lot of the urban space and the way that things are set up, whether it's by law or politically, economically, you know, and so forth. Like,
definitely.
How can we get you and your friends thrilled about this?
Well, I mean, the skateboard community, as you may or may not know, is a mysterious one, right? There's all different types of walks of life. We all have this sort of shared value of togetherness, play, and it is in its essence very anti-capitalist. We go and like skate the streets, and you got these dudes in suits who walk down the stairs very nicely, and we're there just like smashing the rail and grinding down it and just having fun. And I think that's something, as I have grown into my career, have realized I actually really struggled with the idea of the identity as a skater, which I still am, and working in a venture-backed startup, and I'm just getting back into the skateboard environment. But I think if there was sort of any sort of skateable elements at the 2022 festival, of course you would attract the skateboard scene, but you would also have kids running around the ramps. You would have, all different types of people being able to enjoy that public space. So that's, again, something fun to think about for sure.
Well, thank you so much, Charlie. It was an absolute pleasure to have you on the phone, and thank you for calling me. I'm so glad that these posters were of use.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Hugs to you and your mum. And thank you so much. And please be in touch. Thanks a lot. Thank you for sharing. Bye-bye. Thank you. Bye. Okay, so we are voicemail. Call 222-222 or to hear that message. Voicemail. Okay, let's see.
You have one new message. First new message received today at 10:46 a.m.
Hi, Nelly. This is Kajsa Carlson. I'm the deputy editor of the zine. I think we were in touch for the VBS festival last year. I just wanted to get a quote from you about taking part in the Festival UK 2022. So I thought I'd phone the hotline and get the experience. But it's just a voicemail. So yeah, do call me back if you want to when you hear this. My number is 0787 500 8205. 0787 500 8205. Bye.
05.
To return the call at your...
So we're gonna recall 875008205.
Hello, Katsa speaking.
Hello, it's Nelly. How are you?
Hi, Nelly, how are you?
Yeah, I'm very good. Do you mind if I put you on speakerphone? Because I'm also doing a live stream of the hotline.
Oh, amazing. So actually, I don't think I'd really be on speakerphone if you live stream.
Oh, no, of course. Of course, you don't want to be.
No, because I'm...
Yeah, okay, sure. Not, well, you're not on speakerphone anymore, but obviously people can hear me. Is that a problem or not? Maybe call me back, but you know that I'm going to be on this. So I'm on the hotline from basically 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. And then from 5 p.m. to 9 p.m., what we have is we have like a conversation with all of my team. So all the people that took part into the bid, but also we have some people from the STEAM sector, science, technology, engineering, and so forth. So like cross sectors, and also the event industry. So together, what we will do this evening and what we are doing as well, and what I'm discussing with members of the public that are calling, which actually I'm so surprised about, we are receiving calls, which is super exciting. Well, I went all around London and put posters with this very weird message, call me, and asking a member of the public for the role of public service. So I guess, I'm so amazed that it's actually working. I thought I was going to get a lot of strange phone call, but actually this guy just called me, Charlie, and he's a skater. He's 21 and his mom is a vicar from the priest, from the Church of England, and she's in wheelchair. And he was just telling me basically what nightlife was for him, how and why he would like to have a festival in 2022, and so forth. So that was super nice to hear. And then for the quote, I can maybe tell you there, and then you can kind of see whether or not you want to recall me, or maybe I can write it down for you. But I think for me, I see this and taking part in this as an opportunity. And, if you know my work, you will know that the way I function and the way I teach is to teach member of the, my students, but also the way I function is to go within system and to change them from within, right? That's the way I function, that the way I design experience, that the way I understand meaningful experience. If you are not happy with something, then you have to change it, and you have to change it from within. So if you look at through all of the work I've been doing, whether it's at NASA or the United Nations or any other, big scale institutions, politically, economically, sociologically, and so forth, I always work from within and actually through the mean of events, modify it or change it for the long term. And that's really its core. Like, I'm not in this industry, in the event industry, just to make an event. I'm in the event industry to actually make an event that is also going to, hopefully modify things for long term. And so that's exactly in that spirit that I'm a part of this festival. And that's exactly in that spirit that the program that my team and I are putting together it's really is about rethinking systems the way they are in this country and beyond. And then also going well beyond the kind of, governmental politics. What we are talking about here is public service, is working with the public for citizens. And that's what, why I'm taking part in it, because obviously the scale is bigger, so you can make more and hopefully more impact as well through the production of that festival. So that, yeah. Well, cool. Thank you. And you can, and if you want me to write it down as well, I could do that maybe when there is a bit less call, when there is a downtime on the hotline. I mean, okay. Yeah, thank you. Thanks a lot. Thank you. Thank you. Bye-bye. Call me. So it's the number is. Mhm. So you can call me, everyone, anytime. The hotline is on. I have put the number in there. It is that one. Hello? Yeah. Yeah, no, it's working. I'm gonna prepare. Well, I mean, nobody like the hotline, nobody's calling just now, so I'm gonna make a coffee. Tell me. Calling. Yeah, I know, but I cannot, like I cannot. She has to, yeah. Maybe you mention it to her. Yeah, yeah, no, I think so. But also, can you hear when I pick up the phone or no? Okay, well, good. I'm glad. Okay. Anything else related to production? Mm. Mm. Yeah, yeah, yeah. No, sure, sure. And yeah, and then the other thing is I forwarded you an email that I'd love to have some input on it. If you can collect the information that is listed into the email, that would be amazing. The latest one I've sent to you and Nick. Well, but that's the thing, like, yeah, but he still has not called back, so that's why I just want to start on every single front, you know. I just feel like somehow that should happen. But anyway, I'm back on the stream, everyone. It is it with a coffee, and we taking any calls. Okay, well, Al, that was Al actually from the team who is gonna be there in the conversation this evening as well. All right, yeah, bye, 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 bye. Hello, hello. Good day to you. Yeah, you're calling. You're on the hotline, my hotline, Nelly's. You're calling directly on my phone. Do this is Samu. Well, it's good to hear you, Sam. And Sam, do you mind if I put you on speakerphone because we're doing a live stream as well? Do you mind that or no? Yeah. So you can tell me what you think, and we can discuss anything to do with festivals, public service, and everything. Sam,
Yes,
so
great.
you're
Thank
calling
you.
me from Netherlands.
Yes, I'm calling you from the Netherlands. I got your invitation in my email, and I'm like, a hotline. This is interesting, but I have to be honest. I was feeling a bit, and even nervous, anxious to making a call.
Yeah, you know, these days it's like we so used to, I think, just you know, kind of feedback on emails, or as opposed to just having a conversation. Like, you know, if you have some thoughts, sometimes it's easier to just pick up the phone and have a chat, I feel, as well. But don't feel anxious,
so
Sam.
already pushing like my, I don't know. I was like, why not? And I was looking just briefly at your stream, and I was like, why is nobody ringing on the phone?
Oh, you're so sweet.
I'm like, okay, that's gonna be me. This is my call, and I'm gonna make the call.
Well, I'm so, look, I'm so grateful for you to call me now and, for us to have this conversation. So tell me, so you're in the Netherlands, and tell me what's your kind of experience of, festivals, nightlife, and how do you hope that 2022 is going to bring something a bit different to us?
Yeah, usually this festival UK also, I don't know, it's, I read briefly what is it about and your proposition and your collective. And I was puzzled and at the same time excited. First, like, the way you describe it, like, it's the cosmic adventure. And I'm like, whoa, I wonder about your, how do you come up with it? Like, I'm going to pitch this cosmic adventure and throw some buzzwords there, like new technologies, innovation, imagination. Aren't you a bit like kind of, is it like on purpose to make it this
fuzzy?
Not unclear. Yeah, fuzzy, a bit open-endedness. Like,
yeah.
A lot of room for imagination. Was that on purpose?
Yeah, no. So actually, if it was only me, Sam, I would have already revealed the program of what we're gonna do. But the reality is, it's quite, it's a lot of us, and there is kind of like a time frame as to when do we reveal the full program and the detail of the program. So hopefully in December this year, we're going to announce exactly what we're doing. So meanwhile, it's kind of like a headline or, some kind of, like you say, a bit fuzzy, open-ended.
Like a teaser. Yeah.
Because it doesn't say much, and I agree with you that my ideal scenario was that, there is the way it's been said, and I think it's really is interesting, is that everybody in the UK, all the creative, but everyone was able to actually enter an application to take part and to make that festival. Anyone could do that. You had to apply, and you had to have partners in science, technology, engineering, the arts, mathematics. And you had to then apply with some of your partners, some of these people that represent other sectors than yours. And you had to kind of say, not with an idea, you didn't apply with an idea, you apply with like a kind of an idea of a collective. So you together, what could happen when all these people are together in the same room? That was the concept, which I really like, the idea that you take people completely different and you kind of see what they come up with. So we didn't started the project with a, a specific idea. We literally got together, not in a room because, we can do that. But we set up like brainstorming session, and over 3 months, they also gave us some classes. We had like conferences and ways by which we could come up with a concept and an idea. So then we came up with our concept and our idea. And because it's a really large scale festival, you need to tap into, you need to make sure that there is about 66 million people that will go to this festival. So, I mean, not just go, but experience it somehow. Then there was a big chunk as well of the work that was spent into something called a feasibility report, which is like a 120 or 80 page document with very boring documents of health and safety and how the money is going to be used and who is it for and la 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 la, all of that stuff.
And then bureaucratic paper filling stuff.
Just like that. And then basically at the end we had a pitch where all my team and I were, and then there was a jury composed of some of the members of that festival, but also people from, that represent different, the board and the different countries, basically, of the UK. And then, and at the end, we got selected. So it's, so that's where we are now. But Sam, I'm interested in you because you're calling me from Netherlands, which I'm so grateful for you to call me from Netherlands. I want to know, what do you do? What's your,
what am I? Who I am.
A bit more, if you can reveal to us on the outline a bit more.
Well, actually, the Netherlands is also like a bit broad, but I'm in this, I would call it small city, but it's like 158,000 people living here. It's called Enschede. It's not in Amsterdam. It's not it's on the other side, like in the border with Germany. And here in Enschede is the University of Twente. I've been living here already for almost 5 years. And I came to study this master. Is called Philosophy of Science, Technology, and Society.
Mm.
And I was like, these are my 4 favorite words: philosophy, science, technology, society. What is this? I'm originally from Mexico. Now I'm giving more information about myself. So I guess by title I'm a philosopher. I think about things, and I'm a writer. But at the same time, I don't have a lot of creative freedom right now, in the sense that because of bureaucracy and because of rules of the game that I didn't decide, I'm working actually right now. I'm supposed to be working, but oh my god, it's a break. It's a break, and I need this also for my own well-being on my work. But anyway, right now I'm exploring also what to do with how to be more creative, or how to get my freedom. And I feel that you are a really creative and free person, so I kind of really see yourself as some sort of like, I don't know, inspiring in that regard. Like, how does this chick got all this creative freedom? And it's just nice that you just go out there and interview people, and like, so that's great, I think. So
thank you so much, Sam. I mean, hey, look, I really want to read what you're writing as well. So I know like this is quite a public hotline, but if you want to drop me an email as well with some of your work or your papers, I'd love to read them. I'm at hello@nellyben.com as well. That's my email. And then also, I mean, Sam, obviously, since you're a philosopher, you know that I have a big passion for Hannah Arendt, who is a philosopher that died in 1975 and has been actually speaking heavily about public service, citizen disobedience, and, nation states, and, kind of like going beyond nation states. And I wonder what you think about this, because for me, it's always been the creative, or the event industry, or any event, is political in some level, because the act of creating something is by definition also, it is about modifying existing status quo, or existing power dynamics, and developing something new, bringing something new into the world. And that is action. That's what Hannah Arendt said: to bring something new in the world, that is action. And so for me, I cannot see it as being dissociated. And I think at the moment, in the UK, there is, rightly so, a big conversation about this festival, because it's a festival that was initially set up by the government, and the money is coming from the UK Treasury. So it's like if it was coming straight from the, basically from the UK taxpayer straight away to the making of that festival. And so that's why I want to have that conversation about public service as well, because I feel like, at this point in time, I've been hired to work for member of the public pretty much. I don't know. What do you feel? It's a bit all over the place, what I'm saying to you. It has no beginning, no end, but I'm thinking in action.
Some thoughts.
But what do you think about the act of creation, as in the act of creating as being also a form of activism?
Yeah, activism, that's a great word. And also like putting out there in the public, and actually I think that this festival has a lot of reach. At least it's really ambitious with that. And when you mentioned Hannah Arendt, indeed, like when she defines the political of any action that is still performing in public, if I recall correctly. This made me think of this other thinker. Joanna Hedla, I think. She wrote this sick woman theory. Actually, like kind of also taking some of Arendt's kind of saying to Aaron, like, it's nice, but that the public, what is public is political, because you go out there and you put yourself on the street, or your creations, or your projects. But what happens with what is excluded from the public already, like just by people that cannot be physically be on the street, or cannot actively create and let's say make it public, but it's given because of conditions of not being physically able to be out there, or having other mental struggles, or so I don't know. I'm also getting all over the place, but what I'm trying to say is like. I wonder what is the public, like what does the public considers, and what does the public excludes, like thinking just in terms of like people that cannot make it to the street, or because of, again, like some condition or some, but they are political. The private is also political. That's the main criticism or towards Aren, like, which I really like, by the way. So I wonder, like, with this festival that you are posting, like, what is the public that you are going to include also, or like how can your project, or also the project in the festival in general, also include like people with that cannot make it to I don't know, what is the format of the festival, like what type of formats will it take to reach out also to people that are, I don't know, sometimes just in bed, like that cannot get out of bed, or that I don't want to call it disability, but I guess it's a disability story.
Yeah, no, you're right, Sam. I mean, I think it's this is also the exciting part in a way, is the question of what is a festival, and the way that Festival UK 2022 presented is like it's a festival of UK creativity, and UK creativity, what does that even mean, like, so there is so many level and layer to unpack, and that's what really excited me, just intellectually as well as, on a practical level, like how do you actually achieve that? How do you achieve a festival of creativity? Like what, how do you produce something like that? And how do you produce it in a way that you're gonna bring together all of these different audiences that all have completely different viewpoint, different origins, different heritage, into that kind of act of celebration in a way. So there is a massive, like, I mean, I feel really like, like I'm having that hotline there, but it's also a hotline for myself too, because, it's a lot, it's a lot of pressure. It's like, okay, now how do you do that? And I guess we tried to do this with the program that we put together, which we cannot reveal just yet, but we try to really try and bring that idea of plurality, at the core of the way that we produce this festival, plurality. The idea that you can really bring in a multiple viewpoint. Yeah. And it's not just about body, it's not just about able, disabled, or, non-binary moving bodies. It's not just about bodies. It actually is also, in our case, to do with things that go beyond the human centric vision in a way.
Oh yeah.
So it's kind of like, I mean, all I'm saying to you is like, it's definitely is a cosmic adventure. And I cannot say more than that, but all I can say, is like, it has to do with spirituality. It definitely has to do with bringing humans together, beyond their bodies,
and non-humans,
and maybe the non-humans, and maybe other things that surround ourselves that we tend to forget to see in a way.
Yeah, that's also a good point. Like all in this technological, well, I think like now we are also kind of becoming more critical of what technology is, what technology does, like what also in terms of going beyond techno determinism, as they say, like when sometimes people think like, oh yeah, let's create like something that can solve problems, and it's a technological thing, or it's a creative. This is what I think it's the power of creativity and art in general, and the plurality that you mentioned, to go beyond or think more, like see more perspectives. I think that this festival can bring more perspectives, or more yeah, like this plurality can be enriching, and it's nice that you are sharing like all this type of this thing also with art, and really making it for people to also, and other things, I don't know, not just people, to experience, I guess, like to there's power there, I feel. So.
Let's see, Sam.
Provoke.
I am so grateful for your call, Sam, for calling us all the way from Netherlands. It's so generous of you to call me on my landline. It's been a pleasure to talk to you. And please stay in touch with me. I want to. Thank you so much. Merci.
Thank you so much for the conversation.
Thanks a lot.
Conversation and inspiration. Take care.
Thank you. You too. Thank you so much, Sam. Thank you. Bye bye.
Bye bye.
Do do.
Do.
Do do. Ah, hello, Malé. Anyone can call, just so you know. We're still here, very much ready for the hotline. When you're not calling, I'm just working. So we can just keep it doing. Just to remind you, for those that just join us, this is the hotline. Obviously, obviously, my studio has been announced as one of the 10 commissioned to deliver an experience in 2022 as part of Festival UK 2022. And so I'd like to take this opportunity to discuss what the role of public service is, whether or not, nightlife and the event industry should be a part of it. From my perspective, I see it as absolutely should be a part of it. So I think we should discuss all together what should be a part, what is considered essential to us as a society and as citizens, and how do you, but not only that, like, we're talking about putting a festival together in 2022, and I'd love to hear from you as to what you would like to see in 2022. What would you like this festival to be about? And any themes, any kind of, ideas, not just ideas, I would say, any thoughts that you might have, please do call on that number that is inside the YouTube channel. And meanwhile, I keep on walking. You can call me anyone. It's time to call. I have the phone number inside the chat box. I mean, anything you want to talk about, you're welcome. Hello. Hello. Hi, how are you? Yeah, I'm good. I'm good. And you? Look, do you mind actually, I'm having a hotline today where anyone can call me to discuss this festival in 2022 that we are gonna produce and, put together. I'd love you to be on speakerphone. Is that okay? Yeah? So you can share with everybody what you think, what your thoughts are. Okay, let's see. So, everyone, here, as it happens, my neighbor, Thomas, is calling me. So, Thomas, you're on a live stream now, talking about festivals.
Yeah, okay.
So, tell me, what's your, so obviously, we neighbors, we kind of flatmates, really. And you've been through the whole process of me going manic and trying to put this thing together and that bit together. What's your thoughts? So obviously, about Festival UK 2022. You know about the idea of putting a festival together came initially from Theresa May, really. About the whole controversy and so forth. But what's your thoughts on this festival and also on us, our studio, putting this together?
I mean, I called up with a question actually.
Yeah, go ahead.
Which I think is like one of the main questions of this festival right now is like how can you change the narrative of the festival from being the Brexit festival to like something that's going to be positive for everyone?
That to me is a very important question for sure. Yeah, thank you for asking that. I'd say to you that, ultimately, I don't think the idea is to turn pro-Brexiter into non-Brexiter, and I don't think that's going to be, I don't think that's the plan. I mean, my hope is that in everything we do in this studio and what we've done for the past 10 years, right, is to try and put together meaningful experience that are going to drive change long term within institution and beyond, right? So whether it's at NASA, which in a way NASA, the space agency where I used to work, which is also public service. It's also funded by the government, but mainly by US taxpayer money. It really is about, in this sense, for me at NASA, that was really about trying to bring in critical thinking as to why we were going in space, who is this for, how can we bring in diaspora into this whole journey, how can we think beyond nation states and so forth. So these ideas that I have been defending through, I would say the work for the past, 10 years are going to be there as well in the production of that festival, for sure.
Yeah.
So I'm not going to resolve the UK political situation with that festival, but my hope is actually to get people to think beyond the current constraint that they are into, or for some is constrained, for others it's actually something that they wanted and they voted for, but to actually open up this, I will say this festival toward the idea of plurality, trying to bring together multiple viewpoints onto the same table. That's what I'm hoping to do, but that's a very difficult task. Yeah, I mean,
I think it could end up being something positive, like something, around the time of the Olympics in London, there was such a great atmosphere and it really brought kind of everyone together. So, I feel like that is kind of the energy you want to aim for. And I feel like with your studio and all the other people that are participating, it's definitely something that could be achieved.
Well, thank you, Thomas. I mean, look, we're going to work towards it. We obviously want to drive change in a positive manner. I mean, obviously, if you're asking me personal question about politics, I'm going to tell you. I'm going to tell you that for me, it's all about, for me, it's beyond nation states, it's about reinventing politics way beyond the kind of the political format that we came up with, more than 100 years ago. It's about actually seeing this as an opportunity to think beyond what is there and actually propose new model. So I think a big part, and I cannot reveal the program yet, but a big part of what we're going to produce is actually developing new systems through the means of that festival, and actually testing them as part of the program. But it will still be a lot of fun too. Like, I don't want people to also think, oh, I'm going to go to a festival and then I'm going to find myself into a classroom learning about politics and political theory or anything like that. We also, at the core, is still about member of the public also having fun and enjoying being outside again, and having that experience of collectivity again, all together, despite our viewpoints, despite our opinions. And I think events, can do that. And and yeah, that's my strongest belief in a way.
Yeah, great.
So you're in, neighbor, you're gonna come?
I'm definitely coming. Yeah.
Nice.
I feel like I'm already in it,
Yeah, I think you're definitely in the building already. Well, look, Thomas, thank you so much for your call. And well, I'll see you tonight.
All right, I'll see you later. Bye-bye.
Bisous. Bye, bye, bye. Michael.
Hi, Nelly. How are you?
Michael, I have to tell you something. You don't know this, but you're live on the live stream that I have on YouTube at the moment.
Oh, am I?
And that wasn't meant to be. Yeah, because we didn't plan this really well, I must say. So look, Michael, this is going to look very odd to anyone that is actually following this live stream. They're going to be like, who the hell is this man?
Well,
you might not to be there.
It's lucky I wasn't swearing or doing anything well, yeah. But you okay? Sorry.
Yeah, so for tonight, and actually I'm going to use this because, the live stream is actually a hotline.
Yeah.
As well. So members of the public are able to talk to me about public service on that hotline. One thing I'd say to you, so tonight from 5 to 9 p.m., we have this conversation with a lot of people from the event industry, but also the STEAM sector, science, technology, engineering. And we're all going to discuss together, the role of public service. And I really wanted you in it because, of course, with a nighttime, nightlife association, I think you have put together, and I will encourage everybody actually on the live stream to have a look into it, but you've put together actual studies and actually actual number for members of the public to understand how important, that that industry is to the running of this entire country, basically.
Yeah, hugely. Well, yeah, I mean, it's 66 billion our industry's worth, so that's no small feat. We employ 1.3 million people, and we're accountable for a huge part of 300 million nightlife visits per year pre-COVID. Yeah. So, and it's bigger than that. It was bigger than that pre-COVID this year. Those figures are slightly dated. So we're doing some bigger research around this that could be quite exciting. That's probably going to look at us being a 80 to 100 billion pound industry, which, when you talk about return in terms of taxation, it's huge. It's massive.
But, tonight we're also having the global nightmare, Merrick Milan, to joining, and he's been putting together another report that we will be also sharing during the conversation, that also showcase, the people that have been impacted through COVID, how our industry, the nightlife industry, is resisting, but also the fact that, a lot of our industry is going down at this point in time. And I wanted to, full disclosure as well, Michael, I believe you've been, we've been sharing this information to you too, but my studio is one of the studios that has been winning one of the, bid for Festival UK 2022, which I don't know if you've been following the whole conversation around that. It is not, so in the UK, there is obviously the Culture Recovery Funds that's been put together, and we can discuss about it this evening, how much that was, but also how much it didn't benefit nightlife and the event industry. And then this 120 million that are going towards Festival UK 2022 are also, from my perspective, and that's what I want to say, also supporting our industry, because I'm a representative of this industry, and I'm going to bring together, already for that bid, I had 46 individuals which join in this bid that were paid to actually, produce work. So anyway, we can discuss all of that this evening.
Yeah, no, cool. I mean, the CRF funding is something we work very closely with the Arts Council. So we've done a lot of support with the problem you've got with things like the Arts Council and DCMS, which is the Cultural Recovery Fund, is they traditionally have a classical arts output, not a contemporary arts output. So it's very difficult, not only for our sector to understand how to bid for those sort of grants, but also how they're assessed by the Arts Council and DCMS at the other end. So, only 12 nightclubs received the funding from the initial grant. They've now just released another 300 million, and we're due the results of the second round of Cultural Recovery Fund that's due out next week. So we will see how that outcome is, and we'll react accordingly. But we've got some real concerns that events, festivals, nightclubs, all of these really important cultural institutions once again are going to be overlooked. And this is the part where we need to have a look at the economic, cultural, and community value of these businesses, because I think they're being understated.
And we will be able, and that's the thing as well about the very urgent and important work that you're doing, is you're collecting data, because there is one thing that policymaker cannot go against is actual numbers and data and actual facts, right? And I don't know, Michael, how you started to be involved with the nightlife industry, but I know that Mirik Milan, the global nightmare, started by being an event producer, and then eventually find himself in realizing that the only way that he could actually support his community, the nightlife community, was to actually start to get into policy making, and then got elected as a night mayor.
Yeah, I mean, I started at Grass. I was just a bar person. I used to work in the theatre. I came back from London, got a job in a bar, and 25 years later, I'm running a trade body looking after the nightlife economy. So I've been a drum and bass promoter. I was a house promoter. I used to UK hip hop. I ran my own venues. I ran festivals. I ran a student union at one of the big universities. And off the back of that, I then started in executive roles on boards looking after groups of nightclubs and businesses. I ran the old Luminar Leisure, which is one of the biggest nighttime economy businesses in Europe. I ran music. I was part of that. I was a head of music for them. And now I've sort of fallen into this, which is very, very different. So it's almost like what I'm doing now is paying back for everything it's given me.
And I just want to say to everybody as well that is watching this live stream that we're talking about the Nighttime Industry Association, and
That's
you
right.
are the CEO of it. And we will see you again. We're going to have a bit more in-depth conversation this evening from 5 to 9 p.m. with a lot more from the industry, actually, where we will be really digging through actually what the event industry is doing for public service, for the public, how essential it is. And I don't know, but I believe perhaps we might share that belief that actually nightlife and the event industry should be considered a part of public service, just like healthcare and education, which I know is very controversial. But
Hey, listen, our businesses are an outlet. They're an outlet if you're a creative. They're an outlet if you work in our industry, and they're an outlet if you experience our industry. So public service is a big part of what we're talking about. And when it comes down to the human element, it's about expression. It's about letting go. It's about being part. It's about people's well-being. All of those pieces are vitally important, and this is where we're understated. So.
Exactly, and yet, like you said, only 12 nightclubs have actually benefited from the COVID, the Cultural Recovery Fund. So I think that's also is really important to say, because I want this narrative to be there, because I know when I got into this festival UK 2022, I knew the controversy around it, the old tag of Brexit festival, but I also knew that, we need, I was going under, I was completely going under, obviously you can see me, I'm in my studio here, it was over for me. Like, I produce events. It was just, there was nothing happening anymore. So it's also is important to say that, this funding is going to be used as well to support nightlife and the event industry. I know it's a bit rounded because ultimately it should come from the government directly. But then now that they have picked different, I would say, groups to actually like develop and, each of them their experiences, then what I can say, at least to anyone watching here that is from nightlife and the event industry, is that will be like one of my top priority, really.
Listen. We're. I think the one thing that we forget is how globally renowned the events, festivals, and club culture in all of these countries are, and how formidable they are. Go on,
Michael. I'm going to pick up the call because this is the hotline, and I talked to you this evening.
Lovely. Take care.
I talked to you. Come back this evening.
Lovely.
Because we're in the hotline, so I have to pick up the calls.
Go
Hello.
on.
Hi. Hi. Hello. Yes. So, Sonia, do you mind if I put you on speakerphone on the live stream, or is that you just want to talk to me? Okay, here you go. You're there.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you loud and clear.
Yeah, I was just calling to see, for the festival, would it be a musical festival, or you're just asking us what we would like for a festival? Would it be happening in 2022?
Yeah, so the festival is definitely going to happen in 2022. And thank you for asking. Thank you for calling as well.
No
So you want to know if there is going to be music. So can I ask you why, so you want music? Is it what you're trying to say here?
Oh, yeah, most definitely. I mean, because of what's been going on with the COVID, and, it's been a really hard era, especially 2020. And one thing that we do love to do is celebrate and listen to music, and with our friends and families, and socialize, and, that kind of party atmosphere. And I think with everything that's gone wrong and that's been happening, and we've lost a lot of precious lives, I think for people to get together now, having music and just having a good atmosphere where people get together, I think it will bring happiness and hope, and to know that, life does continue after such a bad time, and that, hopefully something like this can, make people feel good again, just get something together so we all can get together and just feel good and celebrate and just enjoy something good for once. Then, with all this lockdown, and I know a lot of people that's, not getting outside and not socializing. So I think it's a good opportunity to, bring the people together, and it's in 2022 as well. So praying, and hopefully this year things will quiet down on the COVID side, and people's lives are held back to normal. And as such, obviously there'll be safety measures, but to know that a festival for me is a grand idea. I mean, I'm on social media and everyone's talking about partying and going to festivals, and they can't wait and booking in advance. So to me, this is a joyful thing to look forward to, especially with all the badness that everyone's been going through right now. It's something to look forward to. Yeah, I don't know if I've said too much. But...
No, you said look, we will make sure to keep your thoughts in mind when we put together the program, which we will be revealing the program, just so you know, in December. So, that definitely we will be talking about music as part of it.
Also,
so tell me,
music is great, but also other experiences, if there's anything else to add to that, that would be absolutely... It will be tremendous.
And tell me about the music you like as well, if you don't mind. Like, what music?
I like all kinds of music. I'm into. I know a lot of young people as well. So I'm into I like grime. I like soul. I like rock. I like everything. There's so much artists out there, and all around the world as well, where you see drummers and instrument. A lot of African drummers, and we've got all different types of music. So I'm not fussed. Through what we've been going through, anything is good right now. And music always seems to bring people together from all over the world.
That's true.
So it'll be a good experience, but not just music. Obviously, anything exciting, new, that will blow our minds off, or anything like that, just to get, just to be somewhere else, somewhere different, just to take ourselves from what we've been going through and put ourselves into a new experience. That will be absolutely amazing for the people to get back onto their feet again.
Thank you so much for sharing this with us. And can I ask you, what's your name?
My name is Sonia Grant.
Sonia, thank you so much for calling us.
No worries. All the best.
And please, if you have any more thoughts, please do email me as well. Like I'm at hello@nellyben.com. So you're like I say to everybody, like for me, it feels like, now it's being appointed to serve the public. So anything you want to share, any thoughts, anything about this festival and where you want it to be, please do email me and feel free to call me again anytime.
I will. Thank you so much, Nelly. All the best to you guys.
Thank you. Thanks a lot. Bye-bye. Thanks for your call. Bye-bye.
You're welcome. Bye-bye.
So we have a voicemail. Let's see.
Of 2 new messages. First new message received today at 10:46 a.m.
Hi Nelly, this is Kajsa Carlson. I'm the deputy editor of the zine. I think we were in touch for the VDF festival last year.
Okay, so
yeah, I just wanted to get a quote from you about taking part in the Festival UK 2022. I am calling the hotline.
oh, we missed a call. Which one is that? Clear. Hello.
Hello.
Okay, sorry, Marian. I don't know if Thomas told you, but I'm doing this live stream hotline today, where any member of the public can call to discuss to discuss Festival UK 2022 and our selection as part of it. Do you mind? Actually, if you have anything to say about that, that would be amazing. Shall I put you on speakerphone or? No, anything, anything you want. Okay, let's see. So everyone, as it happens in my flat share, here my neighbor. So we had my other neighbor just a second ago. Now, Marianne, how are you?
I'm okay. I'm all right. How are you?
Yeah, good. I'm sorry that you didn't plan to be going on a live stream just now to talk about Festival UK 2022. But as it happens, and as you know, today it's been announced that we have been selected to produce one of these experiences.
Oh.
And so, as I was saying to Thomas just earlier, we've been talking about it quite a lot between, within our house. Yeah, what's your thoughts? What will you want to see happens in 2022? And anything that comes to mind.
Yeah, I would love us to have just a sense of fun and possibility again. So this kind of reminds me of when London held the Olympics in 2012. There was a lot of concern and cynicism about it beforehand, because I think in Britain we can be quite pessimistic, and we didn't think it would work and that we wouldn't organise it very well. And then in reality, it was the most memorable summer. It was so beautiful and inspiring, and it really felt like people were united in this massive event, and it felt like a great time to be here. So I think something that had that effect would be amazing for us too, because this last year has been so intense and so heavy. It would be great to feel inspired and connected, and to kind of lift us out of, I guess, just the sort of really small lives a lot of us have been leading this year.
So you're looking for inspiration.
Yeah.
That's a very interesting point, actually. Thomas was saying, my other neighbor, for those that yeah, we have an intense flat share going on here. My other neighbor was talking about, Brexit and how, we will work to try and go beyond that, and trying to, and I like what you're saying here about inspiring in some ways. And just before actually you called, I was talking with someone, I can't remember her name, I think Sarah, that was telling me about music and how much she would like to have some good music so she can celebrate as well. And before that, we were talking with the Nighttime Industry Association about, how our industry, the event industry, has been extremely impacted as well. I think inspiration.
So what were they saying? What were they saying about it then?
Well, for Michael, what he was saying was, it is forgotten that, in a way, it is forgotten. I'm not saying it's being forgotten. I know why this festival is getting, the intense reaction around it, because to some level, it is connected, and it started as a connection with the government, and you cannot dissociate that from its origin. But I think this is why also it is of great interest to me, like to someone like me that has been spending her life really looking into ways and means by which I can change, institutions from within. This is like, it makes a lot of sense that I will go in there in some level, because I think there is a lot of complexity at stakes, and there is a lot of opacity, and I think this is why we need to kind of unpack it, as a society together. And I feel like this is an opportunity to do that. But sorry, I'm losing my thread. What I was saying to you was, what Michael was saying was the event industry and the nightclubs, only 12 of them across the UK actually benefited from the UK Cultural Recovery Fund, which is the fund that came forward to support the creative industry. And one of the reasons that he pointed out, and we will be discussing it further this evening between 5 and 9, is that ultimately a lot of this recovery fund was focused on, heritage and on culture, as in heritage culture, as opposed to, thinking about nightlife and thinking about, escapism and what is considered as entertainment. And it's true, nightlife is entertainment, and the event industry is entertainment. But for me, at least in my line of work, when I put an event together, it's not just an event, it's not just entertainment. It is entertainment, but it's also about modifying, bringing critical thinking into an institution, bringing thought process, or kind of advocating for plurality in some ways in the way that it's being set up. So we will see how that's pan out. But like Marianne, sorry, I'm like long-winded conversation. I'm really grateful for you to call and actually to, share with us like these thoughts about bringing inspiration. I think I will try and, make sure that I, my team and I deliver that.
Yeah, when the Olympics were being organised for London, there was a lot of concern about lots of different things, and including the money that was being spent on it, and whether, there's always that question of like, shouldn't the money be spent on better things? And that's a really legitimate question always. And I do think that these events can really lift spirits and remind us of what's possible. And I think we're going to need a bit of that in the coming years, because we need some celebration and something new and inspiring. And if you can do it in a way that's giving work to as many people that have been affected in the events industry and that kind of thing, then that has to be something good. And then I can also just totally understand, of course, people's concerns and questions about it.
Yeah. I mean, I think we've been talking about it as well internally in our home, like whether or not that was even a good idea to go into it. But I think, thank you for calling and for putting this forward. Like, I think, for sure. I mean, I think the transparency element is something else that we will hopefully discuss this evening. I did make that point to Festival UK 2022, and they are actually, it is really in their process to make it as transparent as possible, but ultimately they are gonna, they're gonna release the archive and the process that each of the teams, because we were putting teams and so forth. All of that documentation is actually Creative Commons. So when we started this program, we were pre-selected, then you had to put together a feasibility report, a pitch, and so forth. The production that we did together as a team is actually going to go Creative Commons and live in the, with any member of the public being able to consult it. That will be sometime in December. So they are working on it. This will be completely transparent, so you can see us pitching ideas to the jury. You're going to be able to actually see the entire process. This is a question actually that I will ask this evening. We have Sam Hunt, who is one of the programmers of Festival UK 2022, that is going to be joining as part of our conversation. And I think this is a question I have for him, like, why not making it completely transparent straight at the start? I'm sure there is a reason why that was. And to be honest, when I think about it, I'm thinking, look, if they did made it completely transparent straight at the start, so you see all of these teams trying to come up with ideas, then it becomes like a TV show, it becomes a kind of welcome to, kind of like Big Brother, or, then it's a TV show. And maybe that's the reason why. I don't know. Like, I mean, I don't know. So I'm going to ask him that this evening, why that decision was made to actually, kind of let the team do their creative thoughts and thinking and and then later on, when we release the program, to actually release the full, the full production that happened behind closed door. Yeah. Okay. Marianne, have you got anything else more to tell us, to share with us?
Well, I suppose there's a question, which is why is it being dubbed the Brexit Festival? How did that start that idea?
I mean, again, we can ask Sam because I'm sure he's more aware. Like, look, from what I read and from what I know, ultimately, it was an idea by Theresa May when Brexit was announced to actually put together a fund that will go, like some funding that will go towards the production of a festival that she done, and she called herself the Brexit Festival.
Oh, she called it that.
I believe, yeah. So that is where it's coming from, because obviously she was in charge of making Brexit happen, and so that's how it started. From my perspective, I mean, obviously, I'm not British. I'm obviously French, Algerian, Armenian, and my experience of actually the relationship, I found it very interesting that this is a surprise that, to some level, politics somehow get involved with celebration, because I mean the reality is, if you think, obviously, like, I'm gonna come up with like the big statement there, but obviously if you think about the French Revolution, when the French Revolution took place, people like Robespierre that did end monarchy and did end and abolish a lot of the existing feudal system that were there in France. Actually, what they came back with was, after the revolution, it was really important to come up with a way that member of the public, after being in war zone for that time, can celebrate,
Exactly.
So it became like Le Bal Populaire, it became 14th of July with the fireworks, all of that stuff. It became a national celebration.
Right.
So that relationship between celebration and politics has always been there, and you can go all the way to like Reagan making like deals with Korea through a dinner table, or celebration has always been the way that most political, kind of conversation are taking place. Now, I think it is an opportunity, given the fact that now it's my studio that is going to be delivering one of this festival, to do something different that is not maintaining and propagating governmental politics, but citizen politics, and that is much more interesting to me.
Yes, I like that.
And that's what I'm here to do, in a way, is to actually like figure a way to make this festival a festival for the public. And in a way, anytime I do an event or anything like that, is always thinking about the public. So that's why this hotline is there as well. But that's why it was called the Brexit Festival initially. But
And so, what's your intention for your part of the festival? What's your intention? What you'd really hope people get from it or feel when they?
So I mean, ultimately, I cannot reveal the program until December. But what I can say to you is like, I did a movie that you've seen, called I'm Not a Monster, and I'm someone that has been an activist for pretty much all my life, and I'm someone that always thought that it's either black or white. It's either this way and no other way. And to be fair, I'm still very much functioning like that. And I'm trying, and I did a movie, I'm Not a Monster, where actually I realized that these kind of rhetoric of good and bad, or you are this and I'm that, and I'm not talking to you because I don't agree with you, that is actually perpetuating popularism, that is actually perpetuating totalitarian regimes. Totalitarian regime function on this ideology, because that's what it is about. Good and bad, they are ideologies. So I'm hoping with this festival that we're going to go beyond ideologies, and we're going to provide a platform for plurality where, people can get together, regardless of their political opinion, to actually be a part of something that is, that is maybe, and I hope, inspirational to them to think about, and actually will trigger some different ideas in their mind and for their own selves and within the action they are developing. So it's really an encouragement to them to do something different. But I'm also very much aware that, it has to also be pluralistic, and, and I'm not doing a festival just for people like me or like you, or, and that's really is important to me.
Yes. Thanks. That's actually very interesting and helpful. I know it is. Really
I'm
is,
waiting.
it is.
I'm waiting for like anyone. If you think that this conversation is going in a too easy manner, do go and call me as well. Anyone can call
give
me,
her help.
really. Like if you want to give me help for taking part in Festival UK 2022, you're also welcome to do that. I'd rather have this conversation now. As part of this hotline, and we might do it a lot, because I feel like through the process it might kind of expand into something different. So I welcome feedback, comment, conversation. I welcome all of that. And that's it. And ultimately, I think at this point, just to go back to the Brexit element, the fact that there was this money, 120 million, that's not an amount of money that is, to be ignored. And I think nobody wanted to touch that money for a really long time, until Martin Green started to say, okay, yeah, let's do something about it beyond the controversy. But I think it's important that it's clear in people's mind that this money is also going to go towards the recovery of, industry like mine, which are the one of the nightlife and the event industry, like I've just said, didn't benefit from any support from, public funding and public money. And I think that is something to remember. And that's really important to say. Cool.
And so you're live streaming this now, so can we watch it on YouTube, or where is it?
It's on YouTube, on the studios, YouTube, Nelly Ben Hayoun Studios YouTube.
Brilliant.
But if you have anyone that you hear like want to talk or has comment about the festival, like give them my phone number, because today all day until 5 I'm on the line, and then also from 5 to 9 I will be on the line with a lot of different individual experts, thinker, and people that have been involved with public engagement projects to actually speak about the role of the public service at this point in time. There you go.
You have a full day ahead. Okay.
Yeah.
I hope the conversations are interesting and like make you just, make everybody feel heard, and that give you good things to think about.
Yes. Thank you so much, Mike.
This is part of the, the challenge that we have now, is just to try and listen to each other and understand that everyone sees things differently.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, for sure. For sure.
Right. Okay.
Thank you so much.
Nice.
Bye, Mayan. Thank you for your call. Bye. Thank you. Bye. anyone, you can call me. Feel free to call me on that number anytime you want. I'm just gonna put this into the Okay, well, since we are not receiving a call just yet, I'm gonna take a little break, everybody. Or you can call me on, or you can call me anytime, really. There you go. It's on, so that should pop up if you were to call. Hopla. Okay, let's see. Hello, Mariana. Oh my God, here we go. I mean, I'm glad that I dropped my number And now all the friends are also calling me. It's good. Do you mind if I put you? Do you mind if I put you on the live stream as well, so everybody can?
Minutes, but the
You're-
objective, like what the objective of the call is discussing the frustrations of what?
Okay, so what do you mean? Yes, so basically, I mean, I'm just going to give some context to whoever is watching. So, Mariana, you are in Mexico City.
Yes, I'm
And
waking up.
And you're watching all of this thinking, what's wrong with the festival, in 2022?
Exactly. I think it's, you know what, I think, because seriously, I'm a big fan of your studio and the fact that you guys are always thinking about ways of designing experiences for the modern society, So I wonder what it'd be like, because I believe after such a big lockdown,
Mm-hmm.
22, but to me, 2022 would be like a wild thing, Everybody's gonna go really wild in every single sense of it. It's gonna be lusty and sexy and many things. And I wonder what you guys are gonna do with that, because your people are gonna be a bit out of control, especially in England.
Well, I think this is the exciting part, right? Is to actually leverage and try and figure out a way to actually make a festival that is going to be allow for any kind of, I would say, feedback to happen or any form of excitation to happen. And I agree with you that I think in 2022 a lot of people actually just will probably want to have fun. One thing I'd say to you is ultimately the festival is getting a lot of backlash because it initially was started by Theresa May, which I'm not going to introduce to you. But she's the one, she's the one. Oh, Maya and I have another call as well joining us, so I might pick that one up. But I'm so grateful for you to join us, and I'll call you back again, and we can discuss a bit more about festival in Mexico. I'm picking up that one. Yeah.
Okay.
Bisous. Okay. Lots of love. Bye.
Love.
No. Well, it's gone. It's gone. That number is gone. Oh. Let's see. Hello. Hello. Thank you for calling. My boxing friends coming to, take part into the thinking processes behind putting a festival together. I'm doing a live stream. Do you mind if I put you on speakerphone or you don't want? Okay, let me put you then. Right here. So, Festival UK 2022. What do you feel about it?
For me, the main thing that I've missed the most is dancing. I've missed music, loud music, feeling the vibrations pulsating through my body, seeing the smiling faces of people laughing, dancing around, children playing in the background. I think that's and just being together and in nature. For me, I think that being outside is a huge part of that. We've been in for so long, so to be able to go outside and enjoy ourselves is everything.
Well, that's a good point. So you want definitely the festival to be outside?
Yeah, definitely outside.
Nothing inner, nothing digital.
You know what? I don't mind digital because I've had to move a lot of what I do digitally, so I'm not a anti-digital person. But I think that if you are going to do a festival that's digital, there needs to be somewhere and some interweaving of something that feels like contact. So just as a suggestion, having something that each person will receive, either through the post, that will, I can't think of what it is on the top of my head, but some point of connectivity. I know that we have the device and we can do it through the device, that would be amazing, of course, and it could be double, quadruple international, overly internet, like cosmic. However, I feel like something, I don't know, even if it is like a t-shirt, a badge, or something that everybody has that makes us even more part of it. I don't know. I haven't thought of what that is. If I think of something, then I'll let you know. But I don't mind if it's digital, as long as the music's good, and and the entertainment's great and the vibe is right.
Okay, well, that's like an amazing piece of advice and feedback out there. Like, so grateful for you taking the time to call the hotline and tell us your thought.
I couldn't resist the meme. The post. It was so cool. I was like, I want to call. Well done. It's a wonderful idea, and I do hope that you guys, you get the commission, and that, I mean, even if it is, sorry, Nelly, because a friend of mine is Lucia, who comes to boxing too. She's a radio programmer, and we do a lot of work that means people connecting. So even if it is that, in some way, that people are able to connect, I don't know, with their voices or something. So I just, I don't know what that is yet, that I feel
so
like
full disclosure for anyone that is listening, Awa and I are boxing together. So we know each other from the boxing club, from Pedro Youth Club, and Natasha Patterson, who is our head coach, who actually is one of the partner on the festival. So we've been boxing together, and we know a lot about contacts. And we were talking about taking the boxing, our female boxing group all around the UK.
Well, I definitely think we could do a girls trip. I'm always down for that. And I think it would be nice for other young women as well as young men to see just regular everyday people engaging in something and creating community, sisterhood, togetherness around that. I love it. I miss it so deeply. I still have my alarm that goes off twice a week to say boxing is the next day until the day that we return. So I look forward to seeing you there, my boxing sister.
Yes, I can't wait to see you too. Thank you for calling me.
No worries. Good luck with the festival. I'll try to be there, most definitely.
Yes, massive love to you. Big hugs, and definitely see you at the club.
All right.
Bisous, lots of love. Thank you for calling. Thank you. Bisous, big love. Bye bye. Let's see if Mariana is back. Mariana, I'm calling you back because we got cut in the hotline. So we were talking about Mexico, we were talking about celebration, we were talking about how we were gonna make sure that everybody is having a good time in 2022. And I'd love to know what you think about the fact that this, so in Mexico, for example, tell me a bit about Mexico and the kind of, how is the government supporting the event and nightlife industry?
The problem is fucking Mexican government has taken away every single support you could imagine to culture, to kids with cancer. There's this new president that believes that corruption must be cut out from the top, but he's really militarizing the streets, and all the money is going to the military. So I think 2022, we are part of the heart of Latin America. We are one of the biggest sleeping giants in the world. And with more than 100 million people only in this country, and with such an extensive area where everybody speaks English, there's more people, Spanish. There's more people speaking Spanish than is Chinese or English. So if you think about it, we're just this dormant giant that is still under the shade of, I'll say, very like little regimes all over the place. I think the geopolitical problems of our country are going to be wild on 2022, because we have less money than we had before. We have not one single support from the government, but people are tired. Elections are coming in November again. There's nobody to vote for. Like, I think this is happening all over the world, but living in a third world country where there's still so many, I'll say, economical breaches and so many societies happening in one because of inequality. 2022 and entertainment are going to be a very important and strategic way of winning votes. You know, like there's always governments try to support artists, will try to support artists that are appealing to their discourse.
But you see, this is interesting because actually I've been selected to do this festival, but obviously right now in the UK, it's a Conservative Party. And so a lot of the critique that we are getting for taking part in this festival is that we are, you know, serving the purpose of the government.
Well, but you know what I love about England is that you guys have a... First of all, I can't think of you on the left. You're always down and to the left. I think you're a woman of the people. Everybody that thinks that you're supporting this evidently doesn't know your work the last 10 years at least. No? I believe that at least I think that Theresa May is, I'm going to say it how I feel it. She's a bitch. She fucked up the youngest generation of British people. But that's why I think it's important that you're there, because you've always been vocal and critical of these kind of things. And I think that this government has to make up a bit up for you, no? I mean, I don't know much about what's going on. I hate Boris Johnson personally. And I feel very sorry that the UK, in my point of view, feels more the third world than the third world sometimes, no?
Yeah, I think you're right.
Like this is like that's what was so astonishing to me, that how this thing got out of control, particularly for him. And I think this is a way to make amends in a political point of view. But I think it's great that you're there and that you're vocal and that you guys don't have this aggressiveness just because you raise your voice. I think that democracy, it's all about saying what's wrong and always being critical to everybody that's in the government. Because this will, you know what's the problem? Like, people are so identified with their own points of view.
Yeah.
And we should welcome everything that we don't like. And this is not about tolerance, you know? I mean, the world, it's quite fucked up because we are just polarizing our points of view all the time, or being one this thing, but you can be the other. I think 2022 should be about integration and should be about discussion, but also respect. Because social media has made us so insensible to anything that we don't believe it's ours. That this is what has us really fucked up. I just hope that everybody that's criticizing you guys understand that the power of a design house like yours, it's precisely criticizing whoever is in power. It doesn't matter if it's the left or the right or whatever. I mean, you guys have conversations that have to do with societies and space, you know, like the immediate future. And I think that's the type of conversations that we should have. I think a global pandemic like this has shown the world that we need to stand strong as societies, and that governments are not going to do shit for us. And for the people that are getting money for in the UK, great, guys. It's great. Most of the people in the world don't get money from the governments. So make something out of it. Go out in the streets and fight for your rights and question, because the world is ours. And I think the next 100 years, privacy and climate change will be the biggest issues that we will have to sort out as society. And it's companies like you, that the ones that are really putting these kind of discussions on the table, and it's not only through modernity and cool things like you do, because you, by the way, you bring always cool artists to the table, you know. But more than that, more than only the cover of the coolness, there is a social discussion in every single experiment that you do. And I think that's why it's very valuable that you are saying, yes, I'm going to go to some Theresa May festival, because it's not about Theresa. It's about the world. It's about the UK. It's about, I think that I'm very honored by knowing so many people in London that are fighting for a better future now that you are not part of the union, the European Union. I think it's very stupid that there's this generation that took everything from you and took all the advantages from you. And this is a society fight, no? And I can relate to that in a third world country like mine, where I probably have a lot of better opportunities than a lot of people, no? But my people are here starving. My people don't have jobs. My people don't have support from the government. We're still not getting vaccinated. So I also think that sometimes the first world gets uncomfortable on little things because they rely so much on the government. And to be true, as a third world survivor, the big take that I can I can recommend is never trust whoever's in power. Go for it, but they will never take care of your family or your values or whatever you find important. This is more about who administrates the economies, and you're just a number there. So it's up to the society to really stand up, fight, and make the next century worth living in this planet.
Mariana, ear, as they say in the UK, I vote for you, is all I'm saying.
I'll vote for you, Nelly. Yeah.
Thank you.
But I think that's down and to the left. We have to be always down and to the left. Period.
Yeah. You nailed it, my friend. Well, thank you so much for calling me, and thank you for your support as always. Like, it means a lot. And I think, I'm not going to repeat what you just said, but I'm, behind every single word of what you just mentioned. Yeah. And it's indeed, I think
this is. You're going to a Theresa May festival. It wouldn't be you if it wouldn't just taking stands to them.
I love that now from the Brexit festival, it's moved to Theresa May festival. Thanks to Mariana. Yes.
All right, love to you guys.
But Mariana, this evening from 5 to 8 p.m. we're having as well another group discussion and so forth. If you want to tune in, let me know. I'll send you the Zoom link so you can also take part in the conversation. But we will have people from the nightlife industry, from the creative industry, from STEAM.
You know what? You should invite Alejandro. That he's huge in the techno scene, more than me. He's doing huge things in Latin America with everybody.
Well, it would be good to hear from his perspective. What's happening in Mexico, how is, American Latin, dealing with the event industry and, nightlife at this point in time, especially within COVID. I think we will also talk about public service. And what you just said actually just reminded me that a lot of people in this country don't know that public service in the UK is three things, right? It's healthcare, it's education, and it's defense. And actually, one portfolio that has not been cut down at all is defense. So I think it's important to just reiterate that, that to some level, it is not a bad thing that it's not neither or, but it's not a bad thing that the event industry and nightlife is making its way into public funding,
I think it's great because it's part of mental health.
Yes.
So
yeah, I agree.
It's important, and especially to get us all together. It's gonna be a social weapon for good and bad. So let's see what happens.
Yeah, let's see what happens. Big hugs to you. Massive love. Thank you so much, Mariana. Thank you for calling.
I love it.
Besos. Bisous. So this is the hotline. Anyone is welcome to call me on my number, which is in the chat section as well. I'm here all the way until 5. I mean, I'm not gonna lie. I'm starting to be a bit brain fried, so I'm just gonna quickly eat something. But I'd say to you, you can call me. Like, even if you call, I just pick it up, and you can tell me what you think about the festival, what you would want it to be. Just let's have a conversation, basically. Okay, let's see. Hello, Claire. It's Nelly. Sorry that I missed your call. Do you mind? Do you mind if I put you on speakerphone for the live stream, or do you prefer to just talk to me? Up to you. You're probably eating. I can hear you pausing. You're eating. Yeah, you're personally. Ah, okay, okay. Well, maybe it's up to you, really. If you want to share some thoughts about public service, then please go ahead. And if not, then no problem at all. Like, I completely get it as well. I know. It's very good. Yeah, no, I mean, like I put these posters pretty much all over London. And so we did receive some calls from there. So that's been really good. And then some friends of mine supporting and calling, which is also really nice to see. And in general, I'm just going after every single hater and just asking everybody to call me. I mean, that's yeah, that's just the way. But we will see. We'll see how. It's not. Yeah, yeah, yeah. No, but I think we did well to just do it as we did. And I think everybody, all of them, are quite happy, especially the, most vulnerable, I would say, are that we just did it like that. And then once once archive and so forth, then it's another story completely. But I think for now, it's just, I'm not going to say it's easier being a Frenchie, but, I mean, obviously. Mm. This, I know, right? Yeah, yeah. I think that's going to be a difficult one to, yeah, maintain that narrative. But yeah, great. Sure. Yeah. Let's see. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah. And also do send them do let them know that I'm available for any chat. Because actually I had, Daisy called me for a quote or anything like that. Like, obviously it's a full live stream hotline, but it's all very, I mean, I guess all very transparent at this point. But yeah, I think it's just anyone that has question, I'd rather have them calling me now. Like, I think it's important that we have this conversation now and so forth, and that we make sure that it's implemented into the production somehow. So yeah, so just tell them, like, literally give them a mobile number. I'm available. Yeah, cool. Thank you so much, Claire. Have a lovely day. Thank you. Bye bye. Bye. Okay, let's see. So I'm gonna look very weird on camera just now because I'm actually reading and preparing for the conversation this evening. This evening from 5 to 9 p.m. we are having a full conversation about public service. Where did it started? How, why, you know, in this country specifically, public service means education, healthcare, and defense. And I'm getting more to share with you all in a second. We will probably just put some of the research that we've done available as well on the YouTube link. Let me just find that. Turns out that, and of course it's not a surprise. Okay, let's see. The concept of public service. I mean, that is in itself a concept. There you go. I'm going to read you some text while we are waiting for calls. So this is actually a text that has been extracted from Yale Law Journal, which was published in 1923. So that's actually from the US perspective, right? So they're talking about Auguste Comte. I'm just reading straight quickly. And which is hello? It's Nelly. How are you? Yeah, no, it's great, actually. I was going to say that's the best thing to do is to call me on the hotline. So, I mean, Molly, do you mind if I put you on speakerphone? Because I'm also doing a live stream with the hotline. Do you mind? So it's like, so it's like if we were having a conversation and, you know, actually everybody is being interviewed. We're all in the same sphere now. Go for it, Molly. So Molly, you're with Design Week, which I'm not going to say, but we've been friends for a long time.
Yes, of course. Yes.
Yeah, tell me.
Well, I just thought, you know, with all this coming out about the festival UK for next year, I'd give you a ring just because I've read what you and your studio were planning, and it just sounds
obscure,
interesting,
but also completely obscure.
Yeah,
you're probably wondering what do they mean by that? Yeah, go ahead. But I mean, one thing I would say to you is obviously the line that describe each of the projects are obviously left on purpose quite broad, because there is a moment, and I'm sure they told you about this, where Festival UK 2022 might have told you, but in December this year, they should be releasing the archive of all of our pitch. So, you know, each of these teams, so everybody in the UK was able to, you know, put forward an application for Festival UK 2022, right? And the basis of the way that you put forward your application is not on the basis of your idea. It was actually on the basis of the people you bring into your team and the kind of, when you look at the application, which I think is a really interesting way of functioning, right? When you look at the application, you look at, okay, here you have Pedro Youth Club, which is a boxing club. Here you have Jodrell Bank, which is doing, you know, city research. Here you have WeTransfer. Here you have, you know, so you have like, and each of us had to write a little bit about why we wanted to work together in a way, and then put in the application, and then you wait to be preselected or not. And then from there was like 3 months where, you know, there was some classes and some kind of creative studios, they called it, where, you know, everybody was invited to think about co-creation and collaboration and so forth. And you know this because you've seen my work before, but obviously it's not my first time working in the STEAM sector, science, technology, engineering, the arts, and so forth. And I have a very strong opinion about how that works. You know, I go all around talking about the fact that the only way that collaboration function in, you know, in STEAM, in science, technology, engineering, and the art is through conflict. When, you know, when you explode within your team, when there is a lot of passion because people believe in they are disciplined so much that they don't want anyone to interfere with it. Often it's when innovation come from, you know. So it was a really interesting process. And then at the end of it, each of the teams were invited to the pitch, and then the jury pick, you know, like one or the other basically, and there was 30 different teams. I mean, you can see all of that. But the interesting part is everything we did through this process is actually going Creative Commons.
Yes,
so
I did that, yeah.
All of the production, our feasibility report, because you know it's a festival, so bottom line is like it's not Wonderland in the sense that you know you have to health and security, you have to communication, marketing. I mean it's a festival like another festival. So ultimately we had to kind of develop a feasibility report. In our case it was about 180 pages, so it's like I can tell you in like less than 3 months. Yeah, so that was that. Then we put it all together, and then that was it, the pitch moment with all my team, which like I said was composed of 46 different individuals. So that's a lot of us, you know. We all appear, we did something which will be shared online, you know, in December sometime together with our new program. And that's that, you know, and that's why right now it's not ready to be released yet, but it will be released. So at some point it's going to be less obscure and it's going to reveal itself. But I think you can kind of get a sense, I guess, from the people that have been selected. Yeah.
I think it's almost as interesting the way that they've done the selection process and all of the work behind the scenes as I'm sure the actual project will be itself.
I hope
guess very, very kind of focused on collaboration, it seems, from what you've been saying.
Yeah, very much focused on collaboration. And then from my perspective moving forward, you know, like I said, because, you know, we cannot share the content, but I think if I was to, you know, if you look at the work that my studio has been doing, right, and what this day is about for me, today is a day that I call me, where, and also we have like a conversation between 5 and 9 with many people from the industry, creative industry, event industry, but also STEAM sector. And you can see that one thing that is really important to me, and that's been important in all my work, is obviously I design experiences, and I'm one of many within the nightlife and event industry that just wasn't able to get any form of, cultural recovery funds, cultural recovery fund, none of that. And I was just talking earlier with, I'm going to get his name wrong. I was just talking a bit earlier with Michael Keel, the CEO of the Nighttime Industry Association. And what we were talking about was actually, when you look at the Culture Recovery Fund, only 12 nightclubs got funding out of it, right? On the entire UK. So that says a lot, it's an industry that, represent maybe like, I wouldn't want to say the wrong number, so you better check that, but like represent a big section of this economy. And it's one industry that has been completely, left behind. So for me, I see this as a way. So in many ways, I see this festival as a means to, reinvest into that specific industry, nightlife and counterculture. And then the other thing that you will know about the work that I'm doing is I'm all about plurality and meaningful experience. So I'm hoping that with the event we're going to put together, I'm hoping to actually challenge existing systems, the way they are defined. I don't understand politics, economics, sociology, kind of boundaries, the way that most of us accept them. And I think it's quite clear from the work that we've been doing in the studio for the past 10 years. And I think it's just going to be an extension of that, but with plurality at the core. I'm not here to, we're not in Star Wars. There is not the good and the bad, and we need to go beyond that. And I think if anything with COVID, we need to understand that it's not the good and the bad. It's not about that. It's about actually trying to define new futures for the next generation to come. And there is really urgent debate and conversation to have. And from my perspective, I'm working for the public, and I decided by doing this job. And today, for me, it feels like I've been appointed to work as a part of public service. So I'm working for the public.
Yeah, absolutely.
Not for the government, and I think that's important. I'm working for the public, not the government. That's a big difference.
Yeah, I think that's a really good kind of differentiation to make. because obviously it's going to be the public that benefits from this in the end.
But also paying for it. I mean, that's the public paying for it. I want to make that clear.
Yeah. Yeah, Nelly, those are kind of that was kind of all I had to ask really about this thing. Obviously, you can't tell me too much about the actual thing of it, about the actual project, but it's been really cool to kind of learn a bit more about the process and why you've chosen to do it. So yeah, if that's
for me, I mean, if I was to say, like, for me, it's all about activating systems from within and activating change from within. Activating change from within, and that, and yeah, that's one method across many others, but that's what we teach as well at the University of the Underground. Working within system to change them for the long term. And that's my hope with this festival, really.
Yeah.
To be frank with you.
I think definitely. I think, well, especially with this Creative Commons things and the fact it's going to be like a proper resource, I guess.
Yes.
I think this could be a real positive thing for people. But yeah,
I hope.
Yeah, I won't take up too much more of your time, just in case anyone wants to call you as well.
On the hotline.
Yes, the hotline. So yeah, thank you so much for your time, Nelly. And
thank you for calling me. It was a pleasure to talk to you. Thank you.
Yeah,
bye. Thank you. Bye. Okay, so back to the prep for tonight. Mm. We lost the flag of the earth. So you can still call me, everyone. The line is open until 5, although we've lost our flag of the earth, which actually we're going to talk about this evening because we are having Jill Tarter, Dr. Jill Tarter, who is the professor emeritus at the SETI Institute. She's been looking for extraterrestrial intelligence all of her life, and this is actually a flag that was developed by the, back at the start of the SETI committee, the Search for Extraterrestrial Intelligence Institute committee, in which you can see this is meant to be a different flag for all of the nation in a way. So you have planet Earth, then you have the space, other galaxy, yeah. My God, I've put the heat into this train carriage. For those of you that don't know, this is the office. This is where the magic happened. I mean, right now I'm obviously on my own, but this is where usually as a team we put together these experiences. So tonight, actually talking about the team and the people involved in putting this bid together, they will be there with me from 5 all the way until 9, and we're going to discuss public service. So I'm actually reading right now about public service and the invention of public service. And it's interesting to see that in this country, back in 2011, actually, the public service nearly wasn't a thing anymore because Nick Clegg and David Cameron decided to, well, not open his topic, but to make it an open public service, which I guess is a very unique to this politics. I mean, to his politics at least. The idea to actually bring in other type of funds and other industry to compete for the production of what should be considered paid for by the government for each of its citizens. So that is part of something called Open Public Service, which is a white paper that was provided and done by the government in 2011. I don't believe that actually that one's true, but that was one of the concepts and one of the ideas. So moving on from actually having only 3 main agenda into the public service, meaning education, healthcare, and defense, nearly this was completely abolished. The other thing that I think is really interesting about public service when you start to look into it is that ultimately, so let me just get that definition right for all of you, and I will also talk about it this evening, but we can rehearse together while I'm waiting for calls. So a public service is a service intended to serve all members of a community. It is usually provided by the government to people living within its jurisdiction, either directly through the public sector or by financing provisions of services. The term is associated with social consensus that certain service should be available to all, regardless of income, physical ability, or mental acuity. Examples of such service include the fire brigade, police, air force, and paramedics. So that is what public service is commonly understood as. And I think I was reading about the European Union. There you go. I'm trying to find you the European Union and how that happened. There you go. Public internet service in the European Union. So when it comes to the European Union, and the way that most of the European Union understand it, and the UK was a part of the European Union, right? So that was also part of the way that they structured their public service. So it's a state intervention in the economy that supports specifically a certain set activities. So initially these activities were to protect safety, health, or the environment. And then I guess we're gonna talk about this a bit more this evening, how and what public service should encompass at this point in time in history. And also I think it's very clear to see that there has been support package delivered by this government, but also all over, Europe. When, again, UK, I know is not part of Europe anymore, but I think this is just to kind of refresh the mind of everyone. But so they have been a part. No, so where I was. Free service system from private initiative from the will of public authority. And so initially, these were the terms by which public service was taking care, was shaped: safety, health, or the environment. And I'm actually looking directly into the European Parliament website here. And this idea of the public service kind of extending itself all around Europe is actually an idea that was ratified during something called the Treaty, I'm going to tell you, of Roma. Where is it? I read about this before. Institute for the yeah. There you go. Do, 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 do. So distribution of electricity, gas and water, railways and local public service, postal service and telecommunication. These are all part of public service. So we will talk about it this evening, but it's one of my strongest beliefs that nightlife and the event industry should be also considered part of public service for the reason that it is also serving healthcare and it is also serving, you know, core citizens. And we will demonstrate that with various experts this evening and discuss it. And initially, when you go back in history, actually, when you look through the history of public service, this idea that the government has to support citizens was mainly a story of defense and actually military defense. So the idea that you should protect the citizens. And that is going well back 4,000 years ago. Again, I'm reading this straight from the European Union website. And we will also share these links into this YouTube, but also onto the YouTube of this evening, so you can all have a look into it. I'm just trying to find you the Treaty of Rome, which is the one that the Europe signed. The COVID pandemic. Where is this? I had found it before. The Treaty of Rome. Hey, Vic, I'm just wondering, do you remember where is the Treaty of Rome being mentioned? Because I read it yesterday. I was reading about public service yesterday. And there was this whole section that you had, you know, into the documents. Can you remember what that was? Do you remember? Yeah. I'm definitely sure that I seen it because I was looking through it last night. Treaty of Rome, yeah. Budget set. Yeah, but I know that it's coming from you. So it was in one of the research documents that you found for me somewhere. What does the envelope mean for public service? World-class engineer. I'm trying to figure if it was, but no. Ah, here you go. It exists in the Treaty of Rome. Here we go. So although this expression is mostly used for public service in continental European country, essentially the same concept is found elsewhere under different names such as public utility or public interest. It exists in the Treaty of Rome as a service of general economic interest. It can thus be regarded as common to all countries in the Union. Yeah, I was looking into it. Yeah. I'm just thinking that you might want to drop some of the links, like the research links into the, also the nighttime, the website from Michael Keel, but also the document that Mirik Milan has sent us about nighttime and the study of nighttime, the chapter 1. You see what I mean? Like maybe it can be a Google Drive where you compile all the documents maybe, and then we can put that into the YouTube channel so everybody can read through it as well. Up to you. I mean, I think you have a lot of papers there. You have the paper from the white paper. And you can also have a Google Drive and a Google Doc, like whichever. So then everybody can read about the Treaty of Rome and, anything else that I'm going to be, we are going to talk about. Yeah. Super. Yeah, it's going, but not many calls just now. Yeah, it's been quiet now. Yeah. I might actually take a bit of fresh air and then come back to it in a second. Let's see. Okay. I had, yeah, I did quickly. I'm going to have a coffee, I think. That's probably, and anyone here watching can also give us a call in preparation of tonight's conversation. Yeah. Can I just ask you as well, while we are at it, with the Zoom, you're going to have to create me a new Zoom for this evening. You know that? Yeah. Okay, perfect. At 4:45 and then plan it. Yeah. Sure. Perfect. Okay. Perfect. Yeah. Okay, cool. Well done. And do you know who is going to be the co-host this evening? Is that you or Al? Okay. Sure. Okay. Okay. All right. Well, that's that. Sorry. 4 hours of live stream coming up your way. Yeah. Maybe. Yeah, I think so. But also, Vic, you might want to send another email to everybody and just remind them again and be like, if there is any question, let me know. This is happening today, Okay. Yeah, sorry. Yes. Bye-bye. Thank you so much. Bye. Bye-bye. Bye. Hello. Yes, it is Nelly. Hello. Thank you. Thank you. And do you mind? What's your name? Sorry. Josh, do you mind if I put you on speakerphone or you prefer just to talk to me? Yeah. Thank you for calling, Josh. So tell me what you want to tell me.
I'm just a bit. I don't get why creative people or people want to celebrate this. To be honest, yeah, it just seems like a massive step backwards for our country. And my mum's actually Dutch and has been struggling to get a residence for staying in England, which is horrible. Because we've lived here, I was born here, so there's that. And yeah, I just think this is celebrating, taking a step backwards as opposed to becoming a better place to live and a country to be in.
And Josh, can I ask you something? How did you hear about this festival?
Oh, I saw on LinkedIn. A couple of friends of mine are architects and creative, and I saw an announcement. Sort of saying Ensemble and yourself had been announced. I mean, I don't envy you, and I understand as an artist, my mum is also an actress, and I understand it can be peaks and troughs at times in terms of earning and getting your creativity out there. So I wasn't going to call and say, why are you doing this? Because I understand, and maybe you want to, I don't know, I can see from your other work that you like to sort of try and shine a light on stuff with it. I don't know how you're going to do it. I don't know how. And you're going to approach, because just look at the relationship we have with our allies now with this vaccine stuff, and it's increasingly we're distancing ourselves from those who are closest to us. And with other countries further away that are getting stronger and stronger, and maybe don't have the same sort of liberties and ways of looking at life as we do. I think now is the time to be closer with Europe and not break off from it.
For sure. Yeah, no, I mean, completely. Look, Sean, I mean, obviously you're right that this festival initially was called the Festival of Brexit, right? And that's where it come from, the conversation. And I think it's actually, that name is probably going to serve as well public conversations, in a way, somehow. I mean, it's going to be really difficult for my team and I to go beyond that, for sure. But one thing I'd say to you is, like, it started like that, and it started with this idea that Theresa May had to actually say, let's get people together into an experience and an event. And, for the past 10 years, like, that's what I do. I design events for members of the public to reflect on issues, topic, and, and my way of doing it has always been to go within systems and change them from within through an event or an experience. And, in the past, like, I've been working with other institutions that were, also quite controversial in a sense. And, beyond my political view, which I think are quite clear, but beyond that, I think what I see this as an opportunity, and that's what I was explaining in that article you mentioned, which I think is the Design article. I explained that my reason for taking part in this is because, of course, the scale is bigger, but also it allows me to use that funding, which is public funding. I want to make that clear. It's not like it's not governmental politics here that are at play. For me, it's public service. It's the idea that I'm working for the public. It's UK taxpayer money being used to deliver a festival. So it's an opportunity to actually reinvest that money into what I think is essential, which is nightlife and the event industry, because these are industries that have been completely destroyed. They've not been supported. Tonight, actually, Sean, if you can come back at 5, from 5 to 9 p.m, we are doing like a live stream with people from the nightlife industry and creative industry to talk about that. Like, there is only 12 nightclubs across the UK that benefited from the Cultural Recovery Fund. So that kind of give you an idea, of how, I mean, I'm not going to be able to share with you the program that my team and I are putting together. But one thing I can say is like nightlife is at the core of it. And then the other thing is that the event industry is also at the core of it. So it's kind of like, if it wasn't me, it would be someone else, and that money would have been spent anyway. So I don't know how you feel about that, but ultimately.
No, I don't know. I think it's a massive rabbit hole when you start actually peeling back at everything that's currently wrong with British society and the priorities that our leaders have. The creative industries as well as the events, but the arts and music contribute so much to our economy, and yet continually get overlooked again and again and again in support and help from our government. You've got a massive job on your hands, I'll tell you.
Sean, like big time, like,
because there's a lot.
It's a lot.
Could be better. I think one thing
it's risky. I mean, I'm not gonna lie, it's super risky, like I could have just stayed.
As an artist, you're putting yourself out there anyway in terms of opening up a part of you for criticism. I think you've taking this it'll be interesting to see how it comes out, but again, this public money and with everything that's been going on with taxpayers' money recently,
I agree with you 100%. That was my concern about revealing. Like if it had been me, like I would have probably waited that they release the actual program, or that we release the archive, because everything we've done as part of this project. So the way it's been shown is that everybody in the UK was able to actually put in a bid to be a part of this festival and to actually, put this festival together, right? Then we went through a process of like, a creative process, with our partners. So, I'm working with other people in the STEAM sector, science, technology, blah, 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 engineering and mathematics. And all together, we then pitched the project. But the beauty of it, and I think this is one thing that has been done really right, is that all of what we produce is going Creative Commons. So anyone is going to be able to see the way we've been using, first of all, the 100K that were given to us to actually produce a pitch. So everyone is going to see how we develop our feasibility report, what went into the thinking behind that festival, the program, all of that. And that would be available to anyone to use, basically. And then the other thing that I think is, and that would be in December. So I agree with you that now is not the time for celebration. I agree with you. And I'm not celebrating jumping on the roof and saying, like I'm just gonna use and milk, UK taxpayer money to do whatever random, that's not my attitude to it. I think it's gonna be a really long journey, and it's definitely not an easy one.
Yeah, it's just such a fractured time at the moment.
Yeah, but then what? But Sean, but then ask yourself, because I gather you're an architect or a creative, right?
No, a lot of my friends I work in sales. So I'm a contracts, stuff like that.
Yeah, so from a sales perspective.
I saw a friend share it on LinkedIn, and then I wanted to find out more about who won it, and I saw your number on the website. I thought, let's give it a go. To be honest, I don't agree. Not with you. What I'm saying is, I don't agree with what's happened. I think this whole Brexit was built on a load of lies and corruption, and
for sure,
our imports and exports are falling. Our economy is struggling. A lot of people are struggling in general.
Yeah.
It's just interesting, whoever timed that, maybe they did it on purpose to generate people to talk about it and think about it. And maybe they're trying to switch the conversation away, as you said, from a Brexit festival over to more a festival to celebrate what is good in England and where we innovate and things like that.
But like Sean, we don't have to be like UK focused. Like it's not part of what we have to do in a way. You see what I mean? Like it's more actually, I hear what you're saying, but actually this is not the kind of the brief that we responded to. What we were responding to, can you hear me, is trying to put together a festival that is open, optimistic, and original. And I agree with you, like what is open, what is optimistic, what is original, but these are really open-ended words, so each of us, I guess, all the people that took part, we all put in different program close to this kind of each of the themes. but it goes way beyond Brexit. Like, you know, it's not, and like, it would be wrong not to acknowledge it. I think we all know that it happens. It's there. Like, I was one of the fierce fighter against Brexit. I'm French as well, you know, like, it's not like your mom who is Dutch. I'm not having a really easy time here being in the UK at the moment. But once I'd say to you is like, all I can say to you is that running one of these festivals, I will do my very best to try and, you know, bring it to something that is going above and beyond and inspire all of us in a way to kind of think beyond the existing systems. That's all I can do, you know, because Brexit is there. Brexit has happened. So yes, we can reenact history. I think that is maybe something that might happen actually. We can reenact history, or we can figure out other ways to actually enter conversation. But you're right that it's a moment in this country where, yeah, things are really difficult.
Yeah, it's a challenge, especially for young people. I think, it's such I think on the one hand, I appreciate working towards something that is positive and shows what can be achieved here and what people can do. But on the other hand, I think there's so much other things that need to be sorted out before we start doing. I don't know. It's difficult.
This is true. No, this is true.
You.
No, but keep talking like you're, you know, like it's like, yeah, I mean, for sure. Like, was it the right thing to take part in this? Was it the wrong thing? Like, you know, I'm thinking about that every day, especially now, you know.
Yeah, you know what? I think about when you hear about this sort of thing, I think about like the opening of the 2012 Olympics.
Yes.
I think that was like a very good way. And I always say, look how far the country's fallen since then. Our stature in the world, people don't trust us. The Europe doesn't trust us anymore. Which you can't blame them. We're run by people who've got no idea what they're doing, and meanwhile, the economy's tanking and people are losing their jobs.
But Sean, here is a question for you. Since I'm not working for the government and I'm working for the public, yeah, what will you want me to say? What will you want? What is the theme? What is the thing that you'd like to, you know, to kind of be broadcasted?
We're fed up of what we're fed up, and we're kind of just in this kind of coma of.
So do you want me to put? So is the program you're proposing, Sean, to put all politicians to coma? Is that what you're saying?
No, I think there needs to be a fundamental change in the way that this is looked at. I think it's too prevalent at the moment. All of the lying and the miscommunication and all of this stuff. I think the systems that we have in place are centuries old, and people feel less and less involved in the direction this country's going in. They feel like they haven't got a say in anything. Even if you do protest, you know, people protest for Europe. Millions of people, a million people protested in London. Nothing happens. People get caught every day being corrupt and breaking the law. Politicians, no one gets punished. There's no accountability. I think that the success and the growth of this country is being held back by greed and this mismanagement of the potential we have. I think we need to look at a way where we involve people more in having a say and actually seeing that their voice is heard, or seeing that their ideas are actually acknowledged, as opposed to just being another worker ant that you know, one rule for us and one rule for them. I think once you peel that back and start involving people more in those sort of decisions, that's when innovation happens. That's when collaboration, working with people you wouldn't necessarily initially get on with or have different ideas about things with. I think once you start sort of being honest about things and having those difficult conversations and changing things, I think people, because, you know, you read every day 30 billion to these friends, 100 million to these friends, no one's getting arrested. You know, Grenfell, people dying in fire, no one arrested. There's no accountability for people. And yeah, I'm going off on one, but
no, you're saying.
I think we're held back by this sort of established system that is not actually benefiting anyone apart from, you know, racists, misogynists. You know, women are getting attacked in the streets the people are getting racism every day, and the rich just sort of get away with it. I think the majority of the people in the society don't really feel like they're getting heard. And if you actually listen to them, there's a lot of good things out there and a lot of good ideas, and people who, you know, run small businesses or do things in their local community that are not, I think you get what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, but I think you're saying things that are extremely important, and in a way, he kind of, he reinforced me in the idea that I don't want to do this thing with my team like in our own silo, like I want to do even more of this public conversation there where anyone can call and just say what they want and what they think. And from what I hear from you, you have a deep need for systems to change, right? And I want that too. I really want that too. And I think
I feel like it's kind of filtered down. You're only as good as your leader or who you follow. And I feel like this sort of general community lies and accountability that filters into our everyday society, where people are more abrasive with each other, or they don't trust each other because, well, our leaders are not trustworthy. So why would I trust a person down the street from me? Or, I feel like it kind of seeps into our society where actually people need accountability. If I did something wrong in my job, I'd get fired. Or, if I lied, or if I lied to my girlfriend, or I don't have a girlfriend, but let's say I did, she would dump me. If I cheated on her and then I lied about it and she found out, I wouldn't be there anymore. But why is it like that for us in our lives? But for people who actually make much bigger decisions, they just seem to just get a slap on the wrist and, well, I don't know. It's a very, very difficult. But I think fundamentally celebrating what happens in this country every day is important. I would change the narrative away from being a Brexit festival and more a celebration of how we've endured through tough times and how that's kind of like the. But I think this word
but I think this word celebration right now is definitely not the right one. I mean, I agree with you. It's not what this is about.
It's just gonna wind people up. It's divisive in its name.
No, I agree. I completely agree with you. Like, I think, but this is why we call it an experience. Like, at least we in the team, we're talking about putting together an experience for members of the public. And so for that reason, we're just hoping that, I mean, I hear everything you're saying. I'm just going to listen and take it on board.
Yeah, I won't go on too much because I'm still at work and I need to go back. But
Sean, I'm so grateful for your time and for sharing your thoughts and for talking to me. And I think I'm going to do this again, and you have my number anyway, so you can call again if anything back come up in your head as to what you'd like to see, because, it's going to happen. That's the thing, that funding has been spent anyway, like it is going to happen. So it is important that you speak, and it is important that you tell me what is it that we could do, and what is it that you think we should do. Like, I'm all ears, basically. I mean, obviously I have an idea, but I want this idea to kind of, come as a group. Yeah, as a group, like we can come up with something even better, I'm sure. Cool.
Yeah, definitely.
Sean, it was an absolute.
Well.
Huh?
My name's Josh, by the way, not sure, but
Josh.
I don't know where that came from, but it was a pleasure to speak with you.
It was so nice to talk to you, and good luck to your mom as well for her papers and everything.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that.
Thank you. Thanks for calling me. Thank you. Bye bye.
Nice, have a great day. Bye.
You too. Bye bye. Where is Shaba? Shaba, it's Nelly.
Hey, Nelly, how you doing?
Yeah, I'm good. Shaba, do you mind if I put you on speakerphone?
Yeah, go ahead. Absolutely.
Thank you so much for calling, and sorry that I missed your call. So yes,
no problem.
So you spoke to Natasha Patterson, our head coach, who has been a part of the bid for this festival. And you know what we are looking into? We are looking into developing a festival for 2022. And so welcoming feedback, comments, thoughts. What do you think? What do you think is needed? And also maybe you can say a few words about who you are, you know, what you do, if you want.
Sure. Well, as you know, I don't know if you know, I'm in IT. I'm a network consultant. So is it more going to be a festival, celebration? Is it going to be like a carnival? What kind of thing are you expecting to do for 2020?
So it's basically it's the brief that is presented there. It's like what we are proposing is to make a cosmic adventure happen. We cannot say much about the program yet, but we will be revealing it in December, I believe. And it's right now the way we are presenting it is to say it's a cosmic adventure with immersive experience, new technology, science, innovation, social media, youth culture, and imagination. That's what it is.
Okay.
But tell me what you would like it to be, because you want a celebration. What would you?
I'd like to see something to do on a technological side of things, because you know that's my background. You know, with augmented reality, some augmented reality stuff, some virtual reality stuff as well.
Yes.
This is the future. This is where things are going. So a lot of stuff on the technical side of things. I think something for the young, give them opportunities, whether it's in sport or education.
Yes.
So I think those are the two main things that I think we should do I think it'd be a good idea for 2020.
And tell me about sports, because you're also a coach, just like Natasha Patterson, our partner.
I'm a level 2 coach, but my main role is competition secretary. As you know, I basically do the running of the boxing club, making sure that the coaches are happy. If they need extra courses, training, I get involved in that. I'm like the official for the Pedro Amateur Boxing Club. I am the official.
And do you mind telling us a bit about Pedro's while we are there?
Well, Pedro's does a lot of work for
Pedro Youth Club
there in Hackney.
Yeah.
Not just Pedro Amateur Boxing Club, but Pedro is also a youth club and a football club as well. So always involved in the community, in doing events, taking part in events. We hold a boxing show every year for the community, an open air boxing show in the summer. Well, we did until the pandemic kicked in, which prevented us from doing so. But we normally hold a boxing show for the community. Have a lot of stars from World of Sport, British from the UK World of Sport. That come down and give out trophies to the young lads that are boxing. Also, we're a charity organisation. Get a lot of the kids down in trying to get them involved. James Cook, especially James Cook and Natasha, do a lot of work in that respect, in getting the kids involved in the club, and boxing and discipline, and so they work really hard doing that. I mean, we was on the first ever episode of Secret Millionaire. I don't know if you've seen that episode.
Yeah, tell me about that.
Yeah, well, was on the first. Well, the Pedro Club was on the first ever episode, Secret Millionaire, showing what James and the team do for the community and getting people involved with the youth club, with all the activities there, getting them off the streets, teaching them discipline. You know, James is really popular around that part of Hackney. Well, he's popular, full stop, within Hackney and London on the wider aspect of things. So, yeah.
Well,
we get, sorry, go on.
Yeah, keep going.
So we get Pedro Club gets involved with a lot of stuff like that, a lot of projects to do with young, because they're our main goal, really, in that club, for the young kids and young adults as well.
So that's, I mean, look, thank you so much for calling, Shaba. And do you have anything that you want to, so you said youth, you said, do you want, I know that you and Natasha, you like to dance, right? I've been in a few parties at the boxing club. Or you don't like to dance?
I think more Natasha than me. I think my dancing days are gone now.
So
when I was younger, I was a lot more into throwing shapes on the floor. But
hey, Shaba, look, thank you so much. And if I understand it right, if we were to serve you, we need to do something to do with technology and, you know, giving you like...
Definitely, and giving the kids more opportunities, you know, because this will help. I mean, one of my big bugbears is the kids not having any opportunities. The government or people in the government, I say, we need to open up more prisons. No, that, you know, I was listening to Good Morning TV, and I remember the weather guy saying it's not prisons that we need to do. We need to be more proactive rather than firefighting. Yeah. So we need to give the kids more opportunity. When you've got a kid that's on the street, is, you know, he doesn't feel that the education system's not worked for him, so he feels that he's been excluded from society. So he starts to do stuff that is outside of society, either selling drugs or getting involved in any form of legal activity to make money. You've got to remember, these kids are earning hundreds of pounds a day, or have the potential to earn hundreds of pounds a day. Now, how do you tell one of those kids, don't do that, you know, this ain't bad, let's get you a job in Asda stacking shelves? That's not really an incentive. So we need to give them more opportunities. We've got the kids inside these institutions have been caught, and they're inside the institutions. But when they come out, what is there for them? If we could form some form of courses for them, courses in law, courses in IT, networking, anything. So when they've come out, they've got something to inspire them and move to. They've got something. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Rather
I get.
Than they've come out, they've made all the promises to their friends and family. No, I'm not going to do it again. I'm going to go straight. And they've come out and they've got nothing. All they've got is universal credit. Now, the pressure for them to link up with their old peer group and go back to what they've got, it's going to be massive. So you need something within these institutions that they can work towards. So when they've come out, they've got something. They've got some form of education. They've got a degree. You know, so some of these kids, they're doing like 4, 5, 6, 7 years take 4 years. You can do a degree.
Yeah.
So why are they not doing more to do with rehabilitation? Because it doesn't seem that they're doing anything with rehabilitation. If there is, it's pretty useless. So when they come out, they need to be doing have the ability to get themselves back on their feet again.
I mean, that's so.
Have tools to get themselves back on their feet again. Sorry, Nelly, I cut you.
No, I mean, so important everything you're saying. So I'm really happy that you're sharing it on the hotline. This is being heard. I'm listening. We will be, we'll do our very best. I mean, obviously Tash is part of the team, so I know that would be at the core of everything we're going to develop with this festival: rehabilitation, youth, supporting youth culture, but also, basically giving opportunities. I agree. Cool. Thank you so much, Shaba.
You're welcome.
Thank you for your time. Thank you for your thoughts and sharing them.
No problem. Anything else, just give us a ring. And
Well, if anything else comes up, you have the number, so you can just call me anytime. Thank you so much. Thanks a lot.
You're welcome, Nelly. Good talking to you.
Thank you so much for participating. Thank you. Bye.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Bye-bye. So let's see. Tac, 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 tac. Okay, let's do it. Well, we are on a live stream.
Yeah,
on our YouTube, and I'm receiving calls. I've actually received a lot of calls from people that saw the posters, or so it's been an interesting day so far, John.
Yeah, is it mainly members of the public, or is it you
No.
get calls from the media?
Yeah, we receive calls from the media, but many, design media, so like Design Week, Design, but nothing beyond that.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. So yeah, I was just ringing up because I'm nervous for my own 5 minutes, but I'm sure I'm going to do fine.
Yeah. So actually, this is good that you're calling, because Michael Keel as well called. He's the CEO, of the Nighttime Association, Industry Association, and we had a chat about it just earlier. So from 5 to 9, as you know, we are having this like full kind of conversation. And I guess what I'm going to ask all of you is, what do you think is the role of public service? How you have experienced the event industry? What is your experience of the event industry? And whether or not you feel that to develop or to kind of, benefit from public money or UK Treasury money is something that should happen or not. I guess that's what we're going to be talking about. We're going to discuss all of the difficult topic, and also UK creativity. I'd love to know what you think is UK creativity. I mean, I have some of my thoughts about that, and whether or not you can bring back creativity to one specific territory. But I think that's the idea basically. And it's only 5 minutes, and I will ask you a question like I am now, just like a radio show. So nothing to, it's not like just you for 5 minutes. It's kind of like more of a conversation, and other people might come in, and so forth.
Yeah. Okay.
Do you see what I mean?
Yeah. So it's like the events, UK events industry, and public service. You said, right?
Yeah, public service as well. Do you think the event industry should be a part of public service? Because ultimately, if it's a part of public service, then it's supported by government, and it's kind of part of their mission to support it, to serve citizens. I mean, that's what it comes down to. Who are we serving here with this festival? And then I guess if you're okay with it, I might just say that you were also part of the pitch, and you were part of, the team. And how you feel about all of the reactions, and just, I mean, it's kind of like us having that conversation really, and then just putting it out there that we're well aware of the realities behind the tensions, and we understand, and all of that.
Okay. I'm just picking up my boy from school, so I'm only semi-focused on this at the moment. But I'll think about it when I get home later.
Yeah.
I'll come up with some cogent thoughts.
Yeah, and don't sweat on it either.
Yeah, okay. All right.
Just come as you are.
I'll see you later.
Okay, see you later.
Right.
Thank you so much, bye. John. Bye. Bye. Hello. Do you mind if I put you on speakerphone, or do you prefer just to talk to me and not go? I mean, a lot of work. No, I'd say to you that right now there is about 7 people on the live stream, so you should be fine. Yes. I mean, Well, I am live, but you're not. You know, I didn't put you on speakerphone. No, if you don't want, you don't have to. No. Yeah, we've done all of the calls live stream so far, but I mean, it's completely fair and fine if you don't want to be on the live stream. It's fine. What do you I mean, what do you prefer? It's up to you. Yeah. I mean, no, I mean, I don't think people are going to recognize your voice. They will. Okay. Yeah, sure. So do you want or do you not want? It's up to you. So it's on my YouTube, on my studio YouTube, Nelly Ben Hayoun Studios YouTube. Do you want me to send it to you? Like, I can just message it to you if you want to see. So my Nelly is my name.
Nelly, yeah. Ben Hayoun, and that's YouTube channel, is it? So just search YouTube.
Yeah, you should be able to find it, and then I'm gonna try and give you that exact link so you can see. I mean, it's basically just me answering the phone. That's sad as that is, but yeah, it's open so everybody can see it.
I've got it. Are you in a bus or something, are you?
Yeah, I'm in an artist collective. That's where my studio is. Yeah, on the top of a nightclub.
Cool.
We are on top of a nightclub called the Village Underground.
Okay, I didn't realise it was live stream, but I can see you now. I've got you up on the screen, so that's all good. It's about a minute, about 15 seconds behind YouTube.
But I mean, look, really, if the live stream is an issue, we can just not do that.
It's not an issue, no. If you want public conversations, it's important to have public conversations. That's fine.
Yeah, I feel it is important.
Yeah, I do as well.
Okay, go for it. So what's your name, if you don't mind me asking?
My name?
Yes, first name. I'm not asking you all your detail because I know you worry about being on on the live stream.
Ben.
Ben. Okay, well, Ben, thank you for calling. I really appreciate it.
It's a pleasure. How's your day been? Because there's a lot of people are up and down on this subject, aren't they? You had good calls, positive calls or negative calls?
I mean, like everything, you know, I'm trying to, you know, it is, and that's what you started saying to me, you know, it is a complex issue. So it's not like all good and all bad. I think it's very complex, you know, and I'm well aware of the realities of this country where I've been living for now 12 years, right? So, you know, I'm well aware, and I'm well aware as well of all of the sensitivities that comes with that subject. But also, you know, I was one of the person in the streets against Brexit, and now I find myself with my team, you know, developing a festival that has been doomed, the Brexit festival. But of course, I'm hoping that things are gonna, you know, what we're gonna produce is gonna go. I mean, I know what we are putting together. What I can say to you, at least, I cannot reveal to you the full program yet, but what I can say to you is, for me, it goes well beyond governmental politics, what we are developing. So
I would hope so, because that's what they've always promised. And I think that's what they have. I'm very cross today. I read The Guardian a lot. I've just seen The Guardian have called it Brexit Festival. They said it's divisive. They haven't even quoted it as their words. And I think it's appalling, because this Brexit Britain, whether we like it or not, but we don't have to call it that. We don't have to have voted for that. We don't have to sit in a hole waiting for change of government, which may not come. We need to get on with it, and we need to come together. We've seen in the last year, I think COVID in a way was heaven sent, because it's made us all realise the power of creativity, of art, of being human, of community, of all those connections. Yeah, look at Grayson Perry and how popular his work's been on the art club. I mean, we've got to celebrate and embrace this and crack on. We've got children who need futures, not people hating each other and spinning everything to suit their own agendas. It's horrible, you know, and I think it's great what you're doing. I'm so glad that people like you've been selected. And I'm not surprised, because the people behind it, have got a really good track record of doing stuff like this. You know, in Hull and Coventry, and these are good people doing work, and they wouldn't have anything to do with a jingoistic, imperialistic, colonial project.
Yeah,
you know, it's crazy to think they would.
Yeah, I mean, I can hear that you know I mean, I guess like you, it's been interesting to see. I mean, to be honest, I did knew it was going to be a conversation for sure, which is why the hotline is there. So I did plan for it, but you know, with everything, right? When there is a passion, when there is in some level, you know, an interest from the public to actually move that interest into, you know, passion can actually move mountains, I feel. And whether they are pro-Brexit, whether they are politically orientated passion or any form of passions. So for me, I see it, you know, because I'm now going to be developing a festival with my team, right, which is meant to bring together a lot of people. I see it actually as a positive, because in a way, you know, Ben, it just means that the engagement is there at the start, and it's just a matter of like actually putting together a program that can inspire everybody to kind of use that energy, use that passion, negative, positive, you know, or in between or whatever, to actually like make something together, which I'm hoping is going to trigger some change somehow.
Yeah, well, absolutely.
So that's why I see it.
Yeah, it's great that you're French and Algerian or whatever. I've seen your background is quite diverse, and you know, I'll tell you what, one of the best things that ever in this country, culturally and in terms of human connection, was created by some of your countrymen, actually, from Nantes. Well, they're in Nantes now, but the Sultan's Elephant, you know, those guys.
Yeah.
Mechanics. And I mean, it's just incredible. I actually was working in the Strand at the time, and I saw a rocket land in the concrete, and then over the public came and the elephant. And we need more of this stuff. I mean, Liverpool's been doing this stuff, and I don't care what. I was just chatting to a friend of mine from Wakefield the other day, which is near Leeds and Bradford in Yorkshire, and he was driving with his. He runs a pub, a brewery. He was driving with his master brewer, who was a very ordinary Yorkshireman, wouldn't not fancy, not a sort of liberal artist, creative type necessarily, but they were talking about how depressing the country is and how difficult it is with COVID and Brexit, and they said, you know what we want? We just need to have a big party. And he said, what do you mean? He said, like 2012, you know, we need to do that again. We need to celebrate. We need to dance in the streets. We need to hold hands. We need to party. You know, and you know, the festivals and all this stuff. So my only concern is that some of the stuff sounds a little bit sort of STEMmy and a bit sciencey and a bit academic, but it strikes me that you're the kind of crazy cat that's going to mix up a little bit and bring some good vibes into it.
Yeah, I'm hoping that. I'm hoping to deliver. I'm hoping to deliver that for you, yeah, Ben.
So your project is UK wide, or just England, or London, or?
Well, that, you know, we don't know yet, because we kind of like, so the way it was, Ben, is like, you know, there was all these teams going together and then pitching for an idea. And then you put together a feasibility report where, you know, everybody kind of test out health and safety, making sure you're not going to, you know, kill a member of the public through your project kind of thing.
That's no good. If you passed health and safety already, that's not very
Yeah, that's good news, yeah, especially for someone that is, you know, in fire and stuff like that. But so we passed that, you know, which is good news. They've checked us through, and yeah, and so now we are in this situation where everything that we developed, you know, needs to be back to discussion, because now we know who are the other teams. So now there is 10 festivals that have been commissioned, and so of course we don't want to kind of go in the same place where the others are, you know. So just to expand a bit. So I'm just hoping that, yeah, I'm hoping obviously that we can go all around England. I mean, in my case, I was like, we were in the part of the England team. So we're supposed to stay within England, but I think it's going to be, you know, it's going beyond England, obviously. Like,
so why did you only go for the England team then? Why didn't you go for UK?
No, that's interesting actually to me, because I didn't knew we were going to be in the England team. It's because my partners, the people I put in the bid, the original bid, were all based in England. So by definition, you became the England team. You see what I mean? So if I took people from my team that were, say, in Scotland, or then I would have been a part of the UK wide team. You see what I mean? That's how. the UK-wide teams were kind of divided. And
it's such a shame that, you know, it's such a shame, because I actually pitched to be one of the 30 organisations.
Yes.
And we had friends in Wales, we had friends in Scotland, we had friends in Northern Ireland, but we didn't pitch for those necessarily, but they introduced us to people. And I think it's a shame, actually, that England-only projects got through, because it should have started as inclusively as possible, if you ask me. But you strike me as the sort of person who will make up for that and make friends and make it happen. But your energy and creativity really should be across the whole UK.
Oh, you're so sweet.
Well, no, come on. Well, no, I'm not. I don't do sycophancy. I do brutal honesty. And,
yeah,
you know, you strike me as, you know, a bit like the sort of... the punch drunk guys and people like Chris Tone through Continental Drift. You know, these are people that the whole world needs to be seeing, not just London, not just the UK, not just England, but and you're in that camp, aren't you? You know, really.
Yeah, I mean, actually, I started my classes, you know, in immersive experience and so on in Shunt. Yeah. I don't know if you ever heard of Shunt, this underground club that was, you know, in the basement of London Bridge, and you had to knock the door 3 times to get in there, and then you had like 10 kilometers of underground tunnels.
Oh, I went to a Dizzy Rascals private gig there, or like a
very strange place.
I thought they put me in a shipping container, and I thought I'd gone down 6 flights of stairs in an elevator. In fact, I got out on the same floor. It's funny. I think that was that.
Yeah, but that's them, like, and
that's
so
experience.
So
cool.
You know, like I had amazing teacher from, you know, from the UK all over. Like, I think it's just I'll do my best to give back in a way that, you know, we can try and like get that energy across all around the UK for sure, 100%, and beyond. Because if you've been looking what I do, you know that I don't believe in any form of nation states or boundaries or anything like that. So this is definitely going to be an interesting one, in a way.
Are you familiar with the other projects that were selected then, the other 9?
Yeah. So actually, you know, we all got introduced to each other before they announced it today. And, you know, it was kind of like, we obviously going to be together for the next year and a half. So it's kind of interesting.
On a Zoom call.
Yeah, I mean, it's weird, isn't it? Like the old Zoom call. I mean, obviously, me being me, like I did a disaster introduction, you know, I didn't plan it. It was, you know, everybody had their presentation well planned and dusted. And then we just turn up like, you know, this team that is, well, anyway. So that was that. So I guess I learned my lesson. Now I need to be prepared for my Zoom call a bit better, you know.
The question I have is, are the projects place-based projects on the whole, or are they all UK-wide? Will they touch communities across the whole country, or are they going to be some going to be based in Manchester and another one based in London? You know, how will they engage with local communities and particularly schools?
Yeah, so I mean, I cannot speak for the others, and obviously, you know, we can't reveal the program until the end of the year. But you know, at the end of the year, you will be able to see what we pitch, each of us, and you will be able to see how we each have been making sure that, you know, schools and youth are part of the programs. You know, I mean, ultimately, knowing you've been applying to be one of the, so you know that one of the key thing that you had to demonstrate is that you could reach 66 million people, which, you know, 66 million people is the entire UK, right? So ultimately, so ultimately we had to, you know, like ultimately all of us have been putting, you know, youth and schools at the core of the programs, because, you know, we want to make sure that we reach as many people as possible with the festival, for sure. Yeah, that's a really good question. I mean, obviously, I cannot reveal to you how we're going to do that, but, you know, I run nutrition for university, so you also can kind of find what my core beliefs are. Education is one of those.
Will your project run all the year, or just for a few months? Or
again, we cannot like go in the great detail of that, but okay. I will be able to go in the great detail of that. Like, so I just want you to not feel like deflated about, because I agree with you. Like, what's the point to even announce anything? We have nothing to announce. I agree with you. Like, we are not announcing the program. We're not announcing.
Oh, no, don't worry. I'm not deflated at all. I think it's exciting. It's
yay!
Because I mean, when it was first announced, there are a lot of big celebrities in there and big blue chip organisations, and I see a lot of those haven't got through, which is not necessarily good or bad. But you know, but the fact that people that you have got through, I think is really exciting. And you're a good publicity machine and a good positive message machine for what this has got to be. And that's brilliant.
Well, thank you, Ben.
Do you think it won't be announced until the end of the year then? Is that what you're saying? That there'll be no detail until the 31st of December and it starts on the 1st of January? Is it going to be that late?
I mean, look, if to know the great detail.
Say again.
I'm saying if you want to have like the exact detail as to when they're going to release the archive, because I think the one part that I found really fascinating about the whole process is that everything we did was under Creative Commons. So all of the team, and that probably being one of them that applied, like all of the teams actually say that they were going to put their work on Creative Commons. So this whole process of pitching it, of delivering it, the program that we had initially, that big feasibility report I mentioned, all of that is going to go public service. And I don't know when they're planning to release that, but probably at the end of the year, definitely, when we will be announcing the program. And then you will know when we're going to present and how and all of that.
Yeah, that's interesting, because I must admit, I thought that the actual creative process was going to be much more open and transparent as it was happening, which I think would probably just made a lot more trouble than it would have solved, actually. I'm surprised they're keeping it quite that late. But again,
I agree.
I think the big reveal is going to be important, isn't it? And it's certainly not everybody aware of how amazing it is, and crack on with it. Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with you that I would have liked us to release this news that we were one of the team with the material, right? Because it makes so much more sense, because since this is a UK taxpayer money funded project, the UK taxpayer money needs to see how the money has been used, and I understand that because I'm one of these persons that pay taxes in this country too, So I do appreciate that, I understand where this is coming from. But it will get there. The big reveal, like you say, is gonna, it's definitely is the situation. They know they're gonna release it, and then you will be able to see a bit more about the process and what we pitch, how we pitched it, and which cities we wanted to do it initially. Things might change, Again, we might do it in many more cities. Lots of unknowns, but a lot to work with. And like I agree with you, like for me, it's really exciting. And actually speaking with people through the hotline, it's been very, it's very daunting in a way, and really exciting, because the daunting element, I'm going to tell you, is the fear of not delivering to the level that it should be delivered, because I think it's coming into a time where, it's difficult at this time, for everybody. So it's just to make sure that you can deliver something that is gonna, allow for that celebration of that big party moment, like you said.
I'm very sure it will be a great success. I really do. No, it's really exciting. I think the important thing for me is, if you wanted any suggestions now, really for me, it's genuine community and grassroots engagement.
Yeah.
There have been projects like this in the past, the Get North exhibition, even Hull, and I'm hearing it a little bit with Coventry, that a lot of local people don't genuinely feel included. They feel like they're national spectacles for somebody else and not them. I'm working with a month-long arts festival in the country later this year, and there are a lot of these events really are grounded in communities, and I think Festival 2022 needs to join a lot of those dots up and genuinely take itself to those communities and let them genuinely feel part of it. And there's no excuse now with technology, with streaming, as well as the energy and passion we've got. We've got hundreds, thousands of people in the creative industries who've got no work. There's so much that people could do to be a nationwide network of paid volunteers or whatever. I know that's an oxymoron, but there's people out there to be champions and evangelists. We can find money for people to sit at home doing nothing. Surely we can find money to send people out into the world to make the world a better place, to connect communities, to inspire kids, and to support the great work of people like you. That's what we've got to do.
Thank you so much, Ben. And we were talking about rehabilitation earlier. Like I had a coach calling me and talking about whether or not we could figure out a way to make it inspirational and allow for kids to actually be rehabilitated and actually use some of that money to do that. Lots of things to think about here. And I agree with you that for me, at the core, And that's really important. I want to say that to you, but also anyone who is watching, or 7 people watching, whatever, is that, I feel I'm working for the public. I'm not working for politics. I'm not working for Festival UK 2022. I am working for the public. Therefore, like you say, community and grassroots is the essence of the work that we're going to do.
Yeah. Well, here's another thing for you, which I bet you haven't considered, and excuse me if you have, that might be patronising, but there is the biggest challenge we have at the moment is how we engage and inspire and educate our children and young people, because the biggest lesson we've learned is how rubbish our education system is, how irrelevant our education system is, and there's a lot of talk at the moment about our young people catching up. But all we're talking about is them catching up with where we think they should have been within this turgid curriculum that we've developed for them to learn and recite and be tested on. Well, in fact, most kids have got away. They've run away. They're leagues ahead of us now. I've got 2 sons, and they're on their PlayStation while they're on a laptop, while they're on their phone doing homework, doing assignments, chatting to friends, playing games, all at the same time. And then next month they've got to go back to school and be slowed down again and reined in, And projects like yours, and I see you're collaborating with Jodrell Bank and people like that, and that's why the whole STEAM agenda and STEM thing's so important. These are education platforms for the future if they're constructed in clever pedagogical ways. Look at the work of people like Siddhartha Mitra from India. He's doing incredible work inspiring people by building schools in the cloud, so that people can go onto technology and inspire kids using your resources, using your project, using your festival to inspire them, to provide some glue. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And suddenly you don't just get 66 million people in the country watching what you do. You get 66 million people involved in what you do and inspiring other people to be part of it. Do you know what I mean? So they become teachers, they become gurus, they become village elders, because it takes a whole village to inspire a child. You know what I mean? We've all got to get involved in our kids' education now.
Well, and you probably have been anyway, whether or not you wanted it.
Well, I have. That's what I do. Yeah. My name's not Ben. I can't believe how uncreative I was trying to guess the name, because I thought I'd be Nelly, but that would have been too obvious. And I thought I'd got a good name. I thought I'd call myself Ben, because there used to be 2 characters on children's TV called Bill and Ben. And I thought, Ben, that would be funny. And I just realised the middle name's Ben. So that was me that was a subconscious rip-off, wasn't it?
I mean, Ben, what a name you picked for us. That's a good one.
I'm not going to say Ben. I'm going to say Ken. Right?
Ken. Oh my God, Ken is even,
Ken's better, isn't it? Let me be Ken. I can be Mystery Ken.
Well, look, Ken, Ben, I'm so grateful for your call and for your feedbacks and your thoughts. And please do feel free to also email me if you wanted to. I'm at hello@nellyben.com. And you know the name of the person in India that you mentioned?
Yeah.
Do you mind? I mean, I know you might not, might want to go completely anonymous.
I'm going to give you 3 names. 3 names of 3 incredible people.
But if you don't mind emailing them to me, because I'm heavily dyslexic, so whatever you're going to tell me on the phone, if you're going to tell me on the phone, like most.
The first one is Professor Siddhartha Mitra. Don't worry, I'll email it to you. Don't worry. So that's the first guy. He's incredible. He won $1 million from the TED Talks people to build a school in the cloud for grannies.
Is it the Khan Academy? It's not the Khan Academy, is it?
No. That's the Khan Academy is just videos on the internet, really, which is great, but it's not. This is totally different, because this is using the power of ordinary people to inspire and encourage. They're not experts. There's no experts in the mix. The number 2, I was at a conference yesterday, and I saw this most incredible Indian guru.
Yeah.
He's on a mission. You think 66 million people is hard? He set himself a target to find 3 billion people and to connect them with their consciousness from education and society. And his name is something like Sadhguru. I'll email it to you properly, but he is off the scale amazing. And he was sitting there yesterday in a turban, sitting on a pillow at a conference of teachers, 55,000 teachers on a worldwide summit he was on yesterday.
That sounds amazing.
And you know what? He wants to get 3 billion. Do you know how many he's already got? 1.5 billion. He's got 1.5 billion people engaged with him already on this program.
Well, okay, we need that man on board.
And the last one, you know the TED Talks, don't you?
Yeah.
So the number 1 TED Talk is by a bloke called Ken from Liverpool, a Scouser. And I'm sure you've seen it, but I'll send you to that as well. That changed my life. And if you haven't seen it, that's my gift to you today. Okay.
But please send me Yeah.
I'll send you an email, don't worry.
So do you have my email? Hello. It's hello@nellybend.com.
It's on your website, isn't it?
Yeah, 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 yeah. If you don't
Believe it or
mind.
not, I've got a phone call now with a teacher in South London, an art teacher, who we're discussing an extraterrestrial project, believe it or not.
Well, I mean, great. You know that I work at the City Institute. You know, I do like search for extraterrestrial intelligence institute. So, yeah, big time.
That's I looked that up on your wiki page. That's why I find this whole conversation so serendipitous. Because I often say that serendipity is my rocket fuel.
Well, exactly.
So
me too. Me too. And but please do send me the names so I can like look them up and kind of learn from it. Thank you.
And say a little prayer today, because I've just written to the editor of the Guardian newspaper to complain about their divisive, hateful headlines. Because anybody who calls this the festival of Brexit is deliberately weaponising it to suit their own agenda. And I think it's wrong. And I think what you're doing is 100% right. So pat your elbow.
Thank you so much. Thank you for your support.
Keep up the great work.
Thank you. Thank you. Bye bye. Have a lovely day. Thank you. Bye. Bye bye. Hello, everyone. I am still going on this live stream, the live stream of hell. Like to this point, 5, 6, 7 hours non-stop live streaming with the red funds. Oh dear. Live streaming on the red funds, but we are also gonna have a very interesting conversation later on, actually, from 5 to 9 p.m. And that's gonna be a conversation with some of our team members who took part in the making of that pitch that got us into the place where we are now, you know, working on one of the commission for Festival UK 2022. And we also gonna have, you know, experts from STEAM, science, technology, engineering, the arts and mathematics. And we're gonna have as well, we're gonna have, you know, experts from the creative industry who will be able to tell us a bit more about nighttime, nightlife, but also the numbers, you know, how important that whole industry is to the UK, but also beyond the UK, other places. So anyway, so we will be back at 5 sharp, and from 5 to 9 p.m. we have a full evening of conversation with many different people, many different voices, and that's really is the way we're going to be leading this festival, with all these different voices. I mean, ultimately, if we weren't in Corona time, the office would be filled with all of us here, but clearly that's not the situation right now. So that's just me. So do call me. You have my number, everyone. My number has not changed. It is that number that I'm going to drop again into the chat. Please call me. Call me. Share with me your thoughts, your thinking, even when the camera is off. Actually, I'm still here. I just want to spare you the void of seeing my face, like Googling things and being there. But hello, I'm still taking. I am taking, okay, calls until 5 p.m. GMT today. Don't be a stranger. Call me. Of course. And then from 5. Here we go. Hello? Hello? Well, we did. Do you mind if I put you on speakerphone or no? There you go. So you've been looking through so do you mind telling me who that is? Because ultimately I don't.
Yeah, so my name's Ollie. I'm calling from Leeds.
Yes, Ollie.
Working from home, which is very tedious. But I'm actually one of the other creative teams on festival. So I'm from the New Substance team.
Amazing.
And
congrats.
Yeah, you too. And we're really excited to be working alongside you, and that you we're excited to see your project Tour de Moon, which looks fantastic.
Thank you.
I wanted to ask you how it's been for you today and how many calls you've got, if it's been really busy.
Yeah, so I mean, Oli, thank you so much for calling. And just so you know, we are live streaming the conversation, so you might not want to reveal too much about the program.
Okay, that's good to know.
Keep it like for now. We don't say too much, but look, it's been really good, Oli. It's been really good in sense that, you know, I wasn't expecting anyone to call, really, to be honest. I was kind of like, you know, coming in the office thinking nobody is gonna actually call me on the mobile, you know, but then it turns out to be completely wrong, because actually I've non-stop spoken, you know, since this morning.
Okay, yeah, I can imagine.
But it's good, you know, like I mean, obviously there is a lot of passion around the topic, around Festival UK 2022, around the history, the Brexit Festival, you know, and that was actually a good thing to have the hotline on, so that I could speak, you know, we could discuss that and discuss the theme. But tell me, Oli, like what's, so New Substance, like, so you're in Liverpool and you're excited about, you know, like...
We're in Leeds, actually. So
Leeds.
New Substance, yeah, we're based in Leeds.
But you are in Liverpool right now.
No, I'm in Leeds.
Sorry, my brain is obviously completely fried at this point.
That's okay. It's from speaking all day. Yes, we are based in Leeds, but we have members of our team who are kind of all across the country, and even Vanita, who's out in Canada, Neville, who is he's in America, but yourself, are you based here in the UK?
Yes. Yeah, so you can, like, I don't know if you're looking at the live stream, but I'm actually in my office here. It's a train carriage on top of a nightclub called the Village Underground in London.
Oh, wow.
And you know, it's been like a big passion of mine, you know, the event industry, but also like nightlife, and trying to empower, you know, nightlife within institutions and, you know, and other within policy as well. And so, so that's why as well, it's so important to be in this office, and it's an artist collective. So we, so for us, I mean, it's been really, you know, I mean, I'm not gonna lie, like, I think the, you know, the support that we're getting to develop the work is obviously gonna allow us to stay. And that's really is a good news, I think.
Okay,
you know? I mean,
amazing, fantastic news.
Yeah. And what about you? How was your day? Tell me, Oli, how was your day? Have you been looking even through socials and all of that, or you just stayed away and you're like, I'm not going to engage with this at all? Like, you know, it's not my story, which to some extent I agree, you know.
Yes, I think I've engaged, well, our team has engaged less with the festival, the kind of Festival of Brexit narrative, which I think you've kind of tackled head on with your
hotline.
Call this number, so we've not really encountered much of that. I think we've had a few comments which have been a bit negative, as you sometimes get on Twitter, but we've just been kind of ignoring those, and a lot of positive comments, a lot of likes and shares, and a lot of support from the other teams, which is really nice. But yeah, we've not really engaged too much in kind of the negative rhetoric that's been going on at all. But have you found that lots of people who have called you, have they been quite negative? Have they been talking about the Festival of Brexit, or have they been more positive?
I mean, I want to say that eventually it will become something else, but my feeling is that, you know, in a way that narrative is there and it's not going to disappear. So my feeling is like we can just go on and get on with, you know, the work and the actual programming that each of us are actually developing, and then the work will tell a different narrative, I think. But for now, it's really difficult to kind of, you know, even have a conversation about it, because none of the work we've done, any of us, is actually available to the public. So you can understand that they can, you know, and I will be probably one of those being very annoyed about it. You know, if I know it's UK taxpayer money that is going into that and I'm not actually seeing any benefit from it, you know, it's very sensitive, obviously. So I can understand where it's coming from. You know, I understand where it's coming from, and I think hopefully the work that we all have done is gonna be clearer to everyone, and then eventually things will be different. But time will tell. I think we just have to be a bit patient with that.
Yeah, for sure. I agree with you. I think now it's going to be a big story in the press to have that kind of branding, and until we know more about the project, until everyone knows more about what we're doing, I think then it will be a kind of complete rebranding when people realize what it's actually all about. So that will be a good moment, I think. If you I have a question for you.
Yes.
If you could rename the festival, if it was your decision, what would you want to name it?
That's like a trick question, Ollie.
It's a big question.
Oh my God! I mean, wow, that's a good one. I mean, obviously, I've named. You know, we gave a name to our the festival that we are putting together. So that already, I was like, oh my God, how are we gonna name that? I think I would say, what would I say? I would, to be honest, I'm not against, like, I think it's important. This name, Festival UK 2022, is coming with this whole history and this all, all of this passion and, and all of this heritage from Brexit and, and it's kind of like, in a way, very transparent in its provenance. And I like that. I really like that because I don't like anything that is opaque, that does not make sense. I'm all about revealing systems and the way that powers are being developed. So I think this name is serving the purpose of explaining this was an idea from Theresa May. That's why this money was there and was put there. Now, of course, we can do something different with it, which is what we are doing, which is reinvestigate into nightlife and the event industry, each of us separately in all of the projects that we are doing, but also into the young, youth and so forth. So we can explain how that's going to be used, right? But the fact that it started there, it started from a place of, I wouldn't say place of hate, because you will say that all the people that voted Brexit voted on the basis of hate, and it's not true. There is some people that voted Brexit and it didn't come from there. I would hope, and it's not for me to say and judge, or, it's a very actually national matter, I would say. But I'd say to you that, ultimately, I do like that name. I don't want to change it, I don't think.
You like
But
the name?
I mean, I could call it, I mean, obviously I'm against nation states, like I've been all around talking about this. I'm all about, transnational thinking. I would probably have called it something like No Border, or No Earth, or something kind of quite radical like that. But I think that's why nobody asked me to name that big festival.
Okay.
What about you? How would you have called it, Ollie?
Oh, this is your telling your background.
Yeah, of course I am.
Oh, I haven't really considered what was her name.
I mean, you knew that was coming.
I knew it. I walked into a trap. I think you're right though. The name for now, as a holder, it kind of says what it does on the tin. It's not very, it's a good name for the start, and when it changes, it will probably be more accurate as to what is in the festival. I think it's also, as you were just talking about how it's really you don't like it being opaque, and you like it all being quite transparent and open. I was just thinking of the catchphrase of the festival, where it's open and original and optimistic. I was thinking it really is kind of engaging in that. It's kind of, engaging in those three core words that they keep talking about. So something along those lines, maybe, of it being open and it being original and optimistic. I think for me and for our project as well, optimistic was the one that we really took, and we really want to create something that's optimistic, especially when it's kind of entrenched in all of this festival of Brexit rhetoric, and trying to turn that around into something positive, I think is going to be a big challenge. But I think it will be so rewarding at the end of the year when we see it turning into this kind of people are quite skeptical, I think, at the start, and it's quite a British thing for people to have skepticism about what it's going to be, especially when it's kind of government related. but I think, yeah, I'm excited for it to become a nationally optimistic thing for everyone, and for it to be, you know, change minds and change opinions. That'll be really great. But as to a name, yeah, I'm not sure yet.
I mean, I just thought about this, but don't cut me on it, you know, like open bar, you know, the open bar festival would be a good one. That will get a lot of people to come to that festival.
Of course.
But I'm not going to go there. No.
No. Okay, I have one more question, and then I will leave you.
But you know, Vinita is actually, I know Vinita. Vinita from your team.
Oh yes.
I believe she's in the space industry, isn't she?
She is, yes.
Yeah, I mean, Vinita, she was one of my former students actually at the International Space University.
Oh really?
Yeah, Vinita was.
Okay, so
I had no idea. I thought
you taught her.
Yeah.
Okay, well, what was it that you taught her?
Well, so I was like so every year at the International Space University, I run this workshop about event and design of experiences, and the importance of designing event and experience for members of the public in order to share your research, you know, in a way that is accessible, but is also taking the public on board, you know. So that's always every year. So it's now about, it started in 2013. So I've been going there for every year, always running this workshop about the design of experience. And Vinita was into one of these class, if I remember well. And then after, I remember that she went, I believe, to do her internship at NASA Ames Research Center at some point.
Yes.
Yeah, and then she wrote for Space, that blog, the Space blog. I love Vinita. She's so active. And also, you know, I wanted to contact back with her because we were on BBC Women's Hour together talking about space not long ago.
Oh, really? That's amazing.
So, you know, it's like.
Find that episode. And, you know, have you seen her Rocket Women, which is the platform that Vinita set up for empowering young women and people from diverse backgrounds into STEM and space science? I'm not sure if you've come across it, but it's an amazing platform.
I mean, I am so excited about your team and also by this project you're putting together, I must say.
Oh, thank you. Yes.
I mean, I think it's such a brilliant idea to focus on the British weather, you know. It's like it's the ultimate, yeah. You should open a hotline as well, because a lot of people probably will have a lot to say about British weather.
Yeah.
I can imagine.
Right. Yeah.
I can
imagine. Well, you never know. I'll take it to the rest of the team and I'll see if they agree.
I mean,
but okay, thank you for chatting.
No, thank you to you. Like, Oli, thank you for calling me. Like, it's so nice that you did that. Like, I really take it to heart. You know, it's so fair play. Also, it's just really nice. Like, super good start to us, you know, developing all of this stuff together and supporting each other.
Absolutely, yeah.
Through the process.
Really excited. Okay. Take care.
Have a lovely day. Thank you, Oli. Bye. Thanks. Thank you. Bisous. Bye. Hello? Hello, John? Hello?
Hey, Nelly.
Hello.
I know you're going live in a few minutes, so I'm not going to keep you. But I was completely distracted when I was picking up my son, so I didn't.
Hey everyone. Well, we're still gonna go with a hotline for a bit longer. So I'm gonna take a little break. But my phone is with me, so I can kind of come back to it if we need. But we have now we have something exciting. There is about, I don't know how many of us is coming now, but we have another 4 hours live streaming, which is gonna come in a second, where we're gonna discuss the role of public service with people from all over, in the US as well as in the UK, in Netherlands, Germany, pretty much, basically in different places of the world. And we're all going to be discussing public service. What does it mean? Civil servant, what it is to be a civil servant. It's something that actually is being said a lot in the US. When you work at NASA, when you work in a publicly funded body, then you are a civil servant. So we're going to discuss things like that. We're going to discuss the history of public service too. How did it started? And I did say in this live streaming a bit about that, actually, that public service, the idea that there is some essential needs and some essential services that need to be provided and supported by governmental politics, but also by governmental funding. I talked about a bit earlier in this live stream. And what I was saying was that, one, he came quite late in the UK. Actually, he came as a result of the Treaty of Rome, which was an agreement that was made in Europe. You can look it up, the Treaty of Rome, which is when Europe started really in 1957. And a part of it was to agree economic terms, and the allies all agreed that there should be like a basic line of public service offered to any citizens of Europe. And amongst these different services, there was, economy, there was, what am I saying? There was healthcare, education, defense. And then after that, more elements got added to it. Firemen, police is all part of the defense scheme, I guess. So all of these things are public service and consider public service, but things have evolved. Things have changed. So, for example, back BC, even, the first element or non-element of public service was the defense, the military, literally, the defense of the citizens. So that has changed to becoming something more about, well-being and, but also bringing some needs to everyone despite of their incomes. And that's why we're having this conversation now in a second, because we're going to be discussing whether or not the event industry and nightlife perhaps should also be added to the portfolio. Well, actually, this is funny. We have Majid hacking it straight into the live stream. Hey, right on time for the end of the live stream, that hotline. We have Majid, my partner in crime, who has been the head of University of the Underground and has been the last European MP standing and now running Union of Justice. Hey, Majid! We are closing the hotline. Now you're appearing on the hotline. It's really funny because I'm closing the hotline because we're going to do our conversation now. We're 5 minutes before the conversation.
Okay, no problem. Well, shall I see you in 5 minutes then? Yeah.
But I'm going to get you back into another live stream. But I love the fact that now you're in the hotline as well. I've been on the phone all day.
How's it been?
I mean, it's been super interesting.
Wow.
Like lots of feedbacks, lot of thoughts. Actually, I was really surprised. Tons of people have been calling. Like, I've not stopped being on the phone since 10 a.m. this morning. I mean, at this point, I'm hoping that all of you are going to do the talking.
Have you been to the toilet yet?
No, so that's the thing. So I'm gonna maybe you can stay Ian and speak to everybody for the next 5 minutes. So I can just close that line, whichever you want to do.
Whatever you think is best, basically.
I mean, if you want, you can like literally boom call that hotline and actually make some advertising for Union of Justice as we are there. Every platform is a good platform.
So basically, have people stopped calling in now?
Well, my phone is still on, but we're gonna stop the hotline because we're moving to the, the hotline it's office hours, 10 a.m. 5 p.m.
So you're not on call 24/7 kind of thing.
Well, you're right. Maybe we should make that like the ultimate.
No.
So do you want to speak about Union of Justice while I'm running to the bathroom and then...
Yeah, do your thing.
And then I will be back, everyone. We're going to close that line and open the other one. Okay, I will be 5 seconds. You go.
And while I guess Nelly goes and does whatever it is that she needs to do. And my name's Majid, and I was head of program for University of the Underground. We ran a program called New Politics and Afrofuturism, which some amazing and talented students from all across the world. And I guess what Nelly's talking about, she also sits on the board of a new initiative organization called Union of Justice, which was launched last week, basically. And I guess Union of Justice is a European independent people of color-led organization that's dedicated to racial justice and climate justice. Because as we know, I guess with the whole climate crisis, it really requires a collective effort, and it's the fight of all our lives. However, it sadly does affect different people unjustly, unfairly. And I think one of the things that we're doing at Union of Justice is making sure that those who are directly affected by the climate crisis are basically at the forefront of it, are basically have a seat at the table, but also part of that conversation. And we're a team made up of community activists, researchers, artists, and elected representatives from all across Europe, basically. And I guess we're trying to do three main things. So first thing we're trying to do is to really empower people. So we're building a vibrant people of color network where we'll facilitate training. And so those most affected by the climate crisis are equipped with the skills and the knowledge that they need to actually go bring about change within their own communities. And the second thing is influence. Like with Union of Justice, we are not a neutral organization. Like I'm sick and tired of like initiative and organizations fence sitting all the time. Like as a new initiative organization, we are openly and loudly and proudly will advocate for positions and policies that will advocate for racial justice and climate justice in any given shape or form. And the third aspect is change. And I guess from local campaigns to national campaigns, to even European-wide campaigns that we're trying to aim to shift policy within the European Union. Like what we're trying to do is to ensure that people of color are driving that conversation, whether that's a focus on rebutting eco-fascist narratives or pushing for a globally aware, just and inclusive European and Green New Deal. And that is basically what we're trying to do. And I think it's very timely. And I think people are starting to slowly wake up and realize that we can't tackle the climate crisis without also accepting that it's also...
And that was Union of Justice, spot on time. I'm going to close this line, but stay here because I'm opening another one. Okay. Thank you so much for the inspirational ending to the hotline. We find you in a second on another live stream. It's coming. Okay, see you in a bit. Bye, bye.